Laboratorium Jalan Raya. Laboratorium Konstruksi dan Bahan Bangunan. Laboratorium Manajemen Rekayasa Konstruksi. Dan Laboratorium Mekanika Tanah. Selain fasilitas laboratorium, program studi teknik sipil (USK) juga dilengkapi dengan ruang seminar, ruang pantry, ruang administrasi, lapangan olahraga, masjid, dan perpustakaan terpusat. Di setiap tahunnya, kualitas dosen teknik sipil USK juga tergambarkan oleh persentase keberhasilan mereka. Dengan modal kualitas para pendidik yang profesional, tidak heran jika kini banyak mahasiswa teknik sipil USK yang berprestasi serta terlibat langsung dalam berbagai pertemuan ilmiah dan kompetisi teknik sipil di seluruh Indonesia. Para peneliti teknik sipil USK juga bekerja sama dengan Pusat Riset Tsunami dan Mitigasi Bencana atau TDMRC untuk berbagai proyek penelitian tentang kebencanaan dan program magang mahasiswa.
Cluster Disaster Risk Management TDMRC menjadi salah satu mitra dari Prodi Teknik Sipil untuk program MBKM. Saat ini kami menerima 5 orang mahasiswa yang kami bimbing untuk menganalisis tentang bencana banjir. Mulai dari pengolahan datanya sampai penelitian dan pengambilan data di lapangan.
Sebagai bukti konsistensinya dalam pengembangan pendidikan, kini di program studi Teknik Sipil Fakultas Teknik USK memiliki 2 orang mahasiswa luar negeri yang berasal dari Gambia, Afrika.
Hello everybody, my name is Mariam Baji. I am an international student in Kuala University. I am from Africa in a country called the Gambia in West Africa. Actually, I have been in Indonesia for 3 good years now. This is my 3rd year and I'm so happy being here. Thank you.
Untuk memperkenalkan dan menumbuh kembangkan kemampuan mahasiswa dalam dunia kerja nyata, program studi teknik sipil juga menerapkan program praktek kerja magang sebagai bagian dari persyaratan kelulusan, sehingga dapat menerapkan keilmuan atau kompetensi yang didapat selama menjalani masa pendidikan.
Pendidikan di jurusan teknik sipil Universitas Kuala dirancang sehingga lulusan mampu secara langsung menerapkan pembelajaran di dunia industri konstruksi. Hal ini diwujudkan melalui kerjasama dengan berbagai instansi dan penelitian di berbagai lini. Teknik sipil Universitas Kuala inovatif, handal, dan bermartabat.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Selamat datang di Fakultas Teknik Universitas Syah Kuala, Darussalam, Banda Aceh. Sesuai dengan peraturan keselamatan yang diterapkan di Universitas Syah Kuala, kami dari Fakultas Teknik akan menyampaikan pedoman K3L yang berlaku untuk seluruh sivitas akademika dan para tamu undangan. Peningkatan kesadaran dan pemahaman tentang pengurangan resiko bencana ini akan diterapkan dalam setiap kegiatan di Fakultas Teknik. Dalam video kali ini, simulasi penerapan K3L akan dilakukan di ruang pertemuan Balai Kerukun Fakultas Teknik Universitas Syah Kuala, Banda Aceh. Saat ini, kita berada di ruang pertemuan Balai Kerukun Fakultas Teknik Universitas Syah Kuala. Sebelum memulai aktivitas di ruangan ini, marilah kita mengikuti prosedur keselamatan yang berlaku. Untuk menyikapi potensi bencana seperti kebakaran dan gempa bumi, ruang pertemuan ini difasilitasi dengan 2 akses pintu, di sebelah kiri podium dan di depan podium. Gunakan pintu terdekat sebagai jalur evakuasi bila terjadi bencana seperti kebakaran dan gempa bumi. Ikutilah petunjuk arah evakuasi yang tersedia untuk menuju lokasi titik kumpul terdekat. Utamakanlah lansia, ibu hamil, atau rekan yang mempunyai penyakit kronis. Dan jangan menggunakan sepatu berhak tinggi. Jika alarm tanda kebakaran berbunyi, berusahalah untuk tetap tenang dan jangan panik. Ikuti arahan evakuasi berikut ini. Tutuplah hidung jika terdapat asap dan bersegeralah keluar ruangan melalui pintu darurat terdekat. Keluarlah secara bergantian dan teratur. Perhatikan arah jalur evakuasi dan ikutilah arahan petugas Balai Kerukun Fakultas Teknik Universitas Syah Kuala. Dan jika mampu, langsung padamkan api menggunakan apar yang berada di dalam gedung. Jika terjadi gempa bumi, tetap waspada dan jangan panik. Ikuti petunjuk evakuasi berikut ini. Usahakan berlindung di bawah meja atau benda lain yang sejenis atau menuju tempat yang aman di dalam ruangan dan tetap bertahan hingga keadaan kondusif. Hindari area berkaca dan hindari benda-benda yang bergantungan. Juga jangan lupa untuk melindungi bagian atas kepala Anda. Jika gempa sudah berakhir, segera menuju pintu darurat terdekat secara bergantian dan teratur. Selalu berhati-hati saat melangkah, gunakan pegangan tangga saat menaiki dan menuruni tangga. Jika Anda menggunakan sepatu berhak tinggi dalam proses evakuasi, segera lepaskan untuk memudahkan Anda dalam melangkah. Ikuti arahan petugas ruang pertemuan Balai Kerukun Fakultas Teknik Universitas Syah Kuala. Jika sudah tiba di depan gedung fakultas, segeralah berkumpul di safety area di area parkiran mobil, hingga ada petunjuk selanjutnya dari petugas dan penanggung jawab keamanan gedung Balai Kerukun Fakultas Teknik Universitas Syah Kuala, Banda Aceh. Dalam keseluruhan proses evakuasi, berhati-hatilah dalam melangkah karena terdapat potensi tersandung akibat sambungan kabel listrik yang melintang, lantai licin, dan turunan atau tanjakan anak tangga. Bila listrik padam, tetaplah tenang dan jangan panik, karena genset akan segera menghidupkan kembali listrik yang padam. Lingkungan Fakultas Teknik Universitas Syah Kuala adalah area bebas asap rokok. Jagalah kebersihan dan buanglah sampah pada tempat yang telah disediakan. Demikianlah prosedur keselamatan ini kami sampaikan. Kami harap Anda tetap tenang ketika terjadi keadaan darurat. Ikutilah instruksi dari petugas penanggung jawab gedung Fakultas Teknik Universitas Syah Kuala, Banda Aceh. Terima kasih dan selamat melanjutkan aktivitas. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
All praise to Allah, the most gracious, the most merciful, the Lord of the world, the master of the day of judgment, and the greatest of everything in this universe.
Peace and salutation be upon the great messenger Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, who has guided us from the darkness to the lightness, from Jahiliyah era to Islamic era like us feel now.
His Excellency Vice Rector for Planning, Partnership and Business Affairs, Universitas Syah Kuala, Dr. Insinyur Ramzi Arriman, ST MSc.
The Honorable, the Dean of the Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Syah Kuala, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Iskandar, ST MNSC, IPM ASEAN Eng. The Head of Department of Civil Engineering, Universitas Syah Kuala, Dr. Insinyur Yusria Dharma, ST MNSC.
First keynote speaker, Dr. Kamazur Azari bin Razak, MSc, BSc. Second keynote speaker, Dr. Ezri Hidayat, ST MNSc.
Third keynote speaker, Profesor Dr. Samsidik, ST MSc. Chairman of the Academic Senate, Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Syah Kuala.
Lecturer of the Department of Civil Engineering, Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Syah Kuala.
Head of the Regional Construction Service Center or representative. Head of the Aceh Construction Service Selection Procurement Center or representative.
Head of the Aceh National Road Construction Center or representative. Head of the Head of the Banda Aceh City Public Works Agency or the representative.
The Honorable to distinguished guests, esteemed academic, government official, and all participants whose name we can mention individually, but to whom we extend our highest respect and warmest welcome.
Welcome to the 7th Aceh International Symposium on Civil Engineering, Aisce 2026, hosted by the Department of Civil Engineering, Universitas Syah Kuala, Banda Aceh, Indonesia.
Before we begin, please allow us to introduce ourselves. I am Dede Nur Fauzin.
And I am Jasmine Audrey Askia.
We are honored to serve as your Master of Ceremony for Aisce 2026. This year's symposium carries the theme Resilient Infrastructure under Climate Change. Through this symposium, we gather expert and future engineers to exchange ideas and foster collaboration towards sustainable and resilient infrastructure.
We would also like to extend a warm welcome to participants joining us virtually from various countries around the world. Thank you for being part of Aisce 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, allow us to briefly present today's agenda.
This morning, we will begin with the opening ceremony, followed by keynote presentation from distinguished speakers representing Malaysia, the United Kingdom, and Indonesia.
The keynote presentations will be followed by a discussion session providing an opportunity for meaningful academic exchange and interaction.
To begin this symposium with blessing from Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, we would like to invite Hilman Maulana to the stage to bless our gathering with a recitation from the Holy Quran.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يا أيها الناس اتقوا ربكم الذي خلقكم من نفس واحدة وخلق منها زوجها وبث منهما رجالا كثيرا ونساء واتقوا الله الذي تساءلوا به والأرحام إن الله كان عليكم رقيبا وآتوا اليتامى أموالهم ولا تتبدلوا الخبيث بالطيب ولا تأكلوا أموالهم إلى أموالكم إنه كان حوبا كبيرا وإن خفتم ألا تقسطوا في اليتامى فانكحوا ما طاب لكم من نساء مثنى وثلاث ورباع فإن خفتم ألا تعدلوا فواحدة أموالكم وملكت أيمانكم ذلك أدنى ألا تعول صدق الله العظيم. Reciting prayer followed by Muslim instructor only. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين حمدا يوافي نعمه ويكافئ مزيده. يا ربنا لك الحمد كما ينبغي لجلال وجهك الكريم وعظيم سلطانك. اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد كما صليت على سيدنا إبراهيم وعلى آل سيدنا إبراهيم وبارك على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد كما باركت على سيدنا إبراهيم وعلى آل سيدنا إبراهيم. ربنا آتنا في الدنيا حسنة وفي الآخرة حسنة وقنا عذاب النار. سبحان ربك رب العزة عما يصفون وسلام على المرسلين والحمد لله رب العالمين. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we shall now stand for the national anthem of Indonesia, Indonesia Raya, followed by the Faculty of Engineering anthem March Technique.
bangsa. Kelahiranmu ditunggu-tunggu di daerah Aceh Jaya. Tepatnya di tahun 63 kehadiranmu menjadi nyata. Tempat teknokrat menimba ilmu, Fakultas Teknik Siak Kuala. Rasa haru dan bahagia bersatu padu, ku ingin tetap jadi milikmu. Lestarikan namamu dan tunjukkan baktimu demi Indonesia. Tepatnya di tahun 63 kehadiranmu menjadi nyata. Tempat teknokrat menimba ilmu, Fakultas Teknik Siak Kuala. Tempat teknokrat menimba ilmu, Fakultas Teknik Siak Kuala.
Thank you. Please be seated. It is now our pleasure to invite the chairperson of AISCE 2026, Dr. Muhammad Ahlan, ST.MSc, to deliver the welcoming remarks.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi washabihi ajmain. Honorable Dean of Engineering Faculty of Universitas Syah Kuala, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Iskandar, STMNSC, IPM ASEAN Eng. Honorable Head of Civil Engineering Department, Dr. Insinyur Yusria Dharma, STMNSC. Honorable keynote speakers who joining us on-site and online, Dr. Kamarul Azhari bin Razak, MSc, BSc from University Technology Malaysia, Dr. Ezri Hayat, STMNSc, PGCA, FHAA from Pisai University, and Professor Dr. Syamsidik, STMSc from Universitas Syah Kuala. And then honorable international participants who joining us on-site and online. And then all honorable visitors and all participants. I would like to inform all honorable participants that we have 39 papers in this conference. The percentage of the international papers is 56%. So we have 56% authors from overseas institutions such as United Kingdom, Japan, Iraq, Pakistan, Thailand, and Malaysia. On this occasion, I would like to express my gratitude and appreciation to the Dean of Engineering Faculty of Universitas Syah Kuala, and then to the keynote speakers, and then to the all honorable guests, and to all participants. That concludes my remarks. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for the inspiring remarks. We now invite the head of the Department of Civil Engineering Universitas Syah Kuala, Dr. Insinyur Yusria Dharma, ST.MNSC, to address the audience.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hamdan wa syukran lillah, nahmaduhu wa nasta'inuhu wa nastaghfirullah. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad wa ala alihi Sayyidina Muhammad. At this moment, we would like to welcome Rektor Universitas Syah Kuala, and today will be represented by the Vice Rector for the Planning, Partnership and Business, Dr. Ramzi Riman, and he said now our Vice Rector is still in TDMRC because they have also the rapat kerja in TDMRC. So maybe in about 10 o'clock, he will be here, inshallah, to join us and open this international conference at this Civil Engineering, Faculty of Engineering, USK. And also, actually, we invite the Assistant for Economic and Development of the Province of Aceh, Dr. Candidate Engineer Teku Robi Irza. He said that he will be also, inshallah, to come here. And also the Regional Secretary of the City of the Banda Aceh, Pak Engineer Jalaluddin, he said also, inshallah, maybe will become, inshallah. And also Dedin will come. Terima kasih Pak Dekan. Give applause to our, actually the new Dekan. They call it sometimes fresh from the open. Actually our new Dean is, before this is Vice Dean for the academic purposes. So inshallah, and from this, the 4 years or 5 years in SCE, Prof. Iskandar also coming for our this international conference. And also the representative, actually from the national and local of the government agencies, Bapak Ibu sekalian dari Balai Nasional, kemudian dari dinas, kemudian dari agensi-agensi seperti BUMN, mungkin kami tidak sebutkan satu persatu, tapi semua yang terkait insyaAllah, ya, mayoritas yang terkait dengan teknik sipilan ataupun yang terkait dengan keteknikan, kami undang Bapak Ibu sekalian. Terima kasih atas kehadirannya, seperti dari Ministry of Works, PU, kemudian dari Perhubungan, Department of Transportation, kemudian dari Lingkungan Hidup, kemudian dari Balai Jalan, kemudian dari Balai Perhubungan, Pak Muhajir juga, dari Bapeda ada juga Pak Muhajir, insyaAllah kita undang local and national level. And the keynote speakers for today's, the first is Dr. Kamarul. Dr. Kamarul Azhari bin Razak, MSc, BSc from University Technology Malaysia. Welcome, Doctor, to join this one. And thank you very much. And Honorable Dr. Ezri Hayat, ST MNSC from T-Side. Betul ya Pak Reza ya? T-Side University United Kingdom. Okay, siap. And our actually senior lecturer and Professor Honorable Professor Dr. Samsidik from Universitas Syah Kuala. Thanks, Prof, for being the keynote speakers for our international conference today. Oh, please, yeah, for the keynote speakers. we give applause. And also the Senate of the University and Faculty Engineering, sirs, madams from the national and local agencies, Kepala Balai, SKPA, BUMN, Utama Karya, Adikarya, kemudian Berantas Sabdu Praya, Irama Karya, dan and so on. We welcome also. Kemudian bapak-bapak wakil dekan Fakultas Teknik Universitas Syah Kuala, Bapak Ibu pejabat di lingkungan Universitas Syah Kuala, Bapak Ibu Head of Department under the Faculty Engineering, tadi Bu Prof. Sri Aprilia sudah datang, Bapak Bu Sekdep Prof. Ella, dan Bapak Ibu Kaprodi, the Head of Program Coordinator under the Civil Engineering, and also Bapak Ibu Ketua Pengurus dan Alumni Ikatan, especially for the IKATSI, Ikatan Teknik Sipil, Bapak Ibu our Professor, Lecturer, Senior Lecturer, and Junior Lecturer of the Civil Engineering Universitas Syah Kuala, and also actually this one is not purely the students, because they are the postgraduate students of civil engineering. How many papers should be, Pak? They had 38, 39, almost 40 actually. For this, we call it the phase 1, because we have the next phase. Maybe the total is about 50 to 60 papers will be presented under this international conference. So welcome, because after this, all the presenters under the postgraduate of the civil engineering, WSK will present their papers. Ada 40 sekitar 40 tadi Pak Dekan yang akan present. After the break, mulai jam 2 nanti Pak, mereka akan present di ini, because they have to present this one being the conditions for their passing the Magister of Teknik Sipil, Magister of Teknik Magister of Teknik. Anak-anak kami mahasiswa S1 dan D3, our students for the level Bachelor and Diploma, for the Civil Engineering and Teknik Sumber Daya Air, Water Resource, and also this one for the committee, panitia pada hari ini lead by Dr. Muhammad Ahlan. Give applause lah for this panitia. Silakan Pak Kabalai, silakan Pak Kabalai. Siap. Terima kasih for welcome. Thank you for welcome Pak. Dr. Arif, Dr. Reza, Dr. Halida, Ziana, Dr. Ziana, Dr. Munira, Miss Juliana, Miss Aklima, Mr. Afi, Dr. Mona, and our moderator today is Engineer Adrian, that he will go to flight to Australia after this on this. Give applause lah for our moderator, because Pak Adrian, Engineer Adrian akan S3 di Australia. Universiti apa Pak? Sydney. Congratulations. And also Mr. Fahri, and so on our Siti Umaira, and mungkin nggak satu-satu all our junior lecturers have been being very talented to doing this under Dr. Halan and Dr. Arif Panjaitan, and also Dr. Reza. Thank you very much because and also for our tenaga kependidikan that support this international conference. Pak Din panjang sikit ya Pak Din izin mohon izin Pak Dekan panjang sikit. The Aceh International Conference, Aceh International Symposium on Civil Engineering, actually this year is become the 7th. We starting this conference, international conference, at year 2006. 2013 Pak, yang pertama. Before this, by 2 years ya, every 2 years, but lately now every years we do this one. Because bapak-bapak, kita punya mahasiswa postgrad itu harus mempresentasikan tulisannya, manuskripnya di conference internasional salah satunya sebagai syarat kelulusan insya Allah. Dan tahun ini this year is very semangat ya, effortnya sangat kuat, kehadirannya tinggi insya Allah, dan kami sangat menghargai, apresiasi kepada Bapak, Ibu, Abang, Kakak from the Magister Teknik Sipil. Dan also for the outside this civil engineering participants, you are very welcome. And today we want to introduce our international participants. Please stand up ya. Okay, this one Mr. Said Haidar from Afghanistan. Pakistan. Pakistan. Mr. Said Haidar is from Pakistan. Can you say hello for this one and kasih mic sebentar? Yeah.
Assalamualaikum.
Yeah.
My name is Said Haidar. I'm from Pakistan, and I'm here doing masters in structural engineering, and this is my 3rd semester now. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Said Haidar is from Pakistan and doing his masters di MTS, taking the field of the structures field. Yeah. Okay. And the second one, also. Okay. Mr. Yusuf Safi, okay, from Afghanistan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam.
My name is Muhammad Yusuf Safi from Afghanistan. I am taking my master degree at University Syah Kuala in the topic of transportation engineering. And I will start my 1st semester in August.
Okay, transportation?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. That is mine actually. My field actually. And already being here, how many years? 1 year. One semester. Almost 1 year. Said Haidar, almost 2 years. 3 semesters. You know Kuah Belangong? You know? Kuah Belangong, no? Said Haidar? Said Haidar already know Kuah Belangong. Actually, yeah. And also Timpan, you know that one?
I know.
Timpan ya? Timpan. Timpan after this ya kan? Okay, because before this we got one student from the PNG, Papua New Guinea. Dia mau buat S1 di tempat kita. Dan kemarin setelah berapa bulan di Banda Aceh, please sit down. Setelah beberapa bulan di Banda Aceh, mengundurkan diri Bapak Ibu. Jadi kami tanya, ya Kak Meme ya, Bu Sekdis kan, kami tanya kan, apa makanan nggak sesuai kan gitu kan? Wah, waktu diundang oleh Pak Rektor katanya malah lahap, sedap mana kuah belangong. Ya Pak Dekan ya, kan itu Pak ya, kan siap. Jadi nggak ada masalah dengan makanan ya. And the third participants offline today is actually Dr. Candidate Multazam from Thailand. Give mic. Dek, kasih mic nih.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Saya Multajam Tabarat, alumni Sipil Unsyah Angkatan 2014. Dulu ambil S1 dengan supervisi dari Pak Yusria, sekarang sedang menyelesaikan sekolah S3 di Thailand. Mohon doanya.
Amin. Ya. Welcome Pak. Udah datang nih Pak Wakil Rektor kita, Pak Dr. Ramzi. Okay, thank you very much. Jadi ya kita jadi lebih bersemangat nih. Udah sampai kita punya Pak Wakil Rektor yang mewakili rektor dalam hal ini, insya Allah. And Multazam, congratulations. Multazam doing his bachelor S1-nya di tempat kita, teknik sipil, dan bidangnya adalah transportation. Dan now dia S3 di University of RMIT. Oh, KMSA ya. Itu tepatnya di kota mana tuh, Pak Multazam? Di Bangkok. Bisa nanti kontak kalau bapak-bapak mau ke Bangkok. Mungkin because we need the halal food kan. It's easy for us to get the halal food there? Easy? Huh? Quite easy now? Oh, okay. Because when I was there in 2007, at that time maybe relatively very difficult to find the halal food at that time. But sekarang udah bisa ya. Sop eku udah ada semua ya. Sop tulang udah ada ya. Oh, kan tahu dia. Baik. The primary objective of this event is to serve as a platform for the exchange of knowledge, innovative ideas, and the latest research findings in the field of civil engineering. It brings together a diverse audience of academicians, researchers, practitioners, government officials, and specifically the civil engineering students. The previous ICE, which took place in 2025, and this year we are grateful that we can once again organize in person here in the vibrant city of Banda Aceh. Additionally, we understand that the importance of flexibility when we offer the option to attend the conference online for those who prefer it. Okay, Pak Wakil Rektor, Pak Dekan, bersamaan dengan kegiatan International Conference ini, we are doing the lomba berhitung fakultas teknik under our students S1. Dan selanjutnya setelah ini kami memohon kepada Pak Dekan dan kepada Pak Rektor yang diwakili oleh Pak Wakil Rektor untuk membuka acara ini. Kemudian terima kasih banyak kepada semuanya, mulai dari Pak Rektor, Wakil Rektor, Pak Dekan, dosen-dosen, kemudian yang kami muliakan, kita punya keynote speakers, undangan dari SKPA, instansi, balai, Bapak Ibu sekalian, dosen-dosen teknik sipil, semuanya fakultas teknik, dan yang kami banggakan, our postgrad students and our bachelor students dan diploma students yang telah membantu acara ini. Kami memohon maaf jika ada kekurangan, banyak-banyak dimaafkan. Wabillahi taufik wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for your encouraging words and continued support. It is now our honor to invite the Dean of the Faculty of Engineering Universitas Syah Kuala, Profesor Dr. Insinyur Iskandar STMeng SC IPM ASEAN, to deliver remarks.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirrabbilalamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya mursalin wa ala alihi wa ashabihi ajma'in. Amma ba'd. Honorable two keynote speakers, Dr. Kamarul Azhari bin Razak from University Technology Malaysia, and also Dr. Ezrin Hayat from Tenside University, UK, and Professor Dr. Samsidik from USK, Honorable Vice Rector for Planning, Partnerships, and Business Affairs of University Syah, Dr. Insinyur Ramzi Adriman, Honorable to Chair of Academy, State and Faculty, Honorable to Head of Department Civil Engineering, Yusria Dharma. Siap. Honorable to Conference Committee, Dr. Muhammad Azlan, thank you very much for contributions. Honorable Assistant for Economic Affairs and Development and Aceh Provincial Governance. Honorable to Secretary of Banda Aceh and para guru besar, Bapak Ibu dosen dan seluruh tamu yang tidak bisa saya sebutkan satu persatu, dan mahasiswa yang hadir pada hari ini. Terima kasih panitia yang luar biasa ini. Beri aplaus kepada Departemen Teknik Sipil. Ini pertama nih. Alhamdulillah hari ini saya pertama pidato sebagai dekan Fakultas Teknik. Alhamdulillah dengan hari pertama yang sangat bagus di Teknik Sipil, saudara tua. Maaf saya berbicara dalam bahasa Indonesia sebentar karena lebih dekat ya. Kalau bahasa Inggris lebih jauh. Alhamdulillah setelah bukan seleksi, alhamdulillah kemarin sudah dilantik oleh Pak Rektor, Profesor Minjata Brani, dan mohon dukungan kepada seluruh sivitas akademika Fakultas Teknik untuk sama-sama kita membangun Fakultas Teknik yang lebih baik ke depannya. Dan juga saya mengucapkan terima kasih banyak kepada kan periode yang lalu Bapak Profesor Dr. Aisce dan BC yang telah membimbing ya saya juga waktu itu sebagai wakil dekan bidang akademik, dan alhamdulillah saya sudah 2 kali wakil dekan bidang akademik di masa periode sebelumnya Pak Dr. Taufik Saidi, Profesor Taufik Saidi dan Profesor Alfiansah. Jadi alhamdulillah mudah-mudahan sudah ada pengalaman sedikit dan kita bersama-sama untuk memajukan Fakultas Teknik yang lebih baik. Terima kasih. First, I would like to warm to welcome to participants 7 Aceh International Conference on Civil Engineering 2006 and the 7th Aceh International Symposium on Civil Engineering 2006 is the Kering International Conference organized by Department of Civil Engineering, Universitas Syah Kuala. This year the symposium held under the themes Resilient Infrastructure under Climate Change, reflected our shared commitment and advancing innovation and sustainable solution for challenge proposed by changing climate. The first keynote speaker, Dr. Kamarul Azhari from University Teknologi Malaysia. The title presented Impact the Extreme Climate and Resilience Heritage Challenge, a Disaster Resilience Strategy. And the second keynote speaker, Dr. Ezrin Hayat, will deliver a keynote presentation entitled Evidence-Based Infrastructure Resilience Lessons for Climate Civil Engineering. And the third keynote speaker, Professor Samsidik, will deliver a keynote presentations for alternative tsunami equations building in the Banda Aceh. They use tsunami curve. The topic that will be presented by our keynote speaker, the highly relevant to current situation in Aceh. In 2025, our legend expect the impact chronic storm Senyap. We hope that the insight shared by our will provide valuable perspective for policy, market, governments, official and professional attending the conference. We sincerely thanks for our distinguished guests and their presence. We hope the strong relationship we have built continue to grow the lead and future collaborations. To all presenters, both Indonesia abroad and also participants on site, on the wish productive enjoy the conference. And thanks for the student from Pakistan and Afghanistan. Thank you very much for joining the conference. And that concludes my remarks. Thanks for attendance and apologize the shortcoming my speech. Dan terima kasih Pak WR4. Mohon untuk dibuka untuk conference Symposium ini. Bila taufiq wal hidayah. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for your valuable message and support. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now our honor to invite the Rector of Universitas Syah Kuala, represented by the Vice Rector for Planning, Partnership and Business Affairs, Dr. Insinyur Ramzi Adriman, ST MSc, to deliver the welcoming remarks and officially declare AISCE 2026 open.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Ini ada cerita dikit sebelum saya sampaikan dalam bahasa Inggris. Jadi kemarin saya bilang sama Pak Kadep, Pak Kadep, keynote-nya ngerti semua bahasa Indonesia, saya bilang. Satu Melayu, ya Melayu beri bahasa Indonesia. Kita buka aja pakai bahasa Indonesia. Jangan Pak, ini international conference. Oh ya. Yeah. Tadi saya sampai sini, loh ini kok Pak Kadep curang bahasa Indonesia dia. Ya tapi akhirnya beliau bilang, jangan Pak. Ini contoh ya, Pak Samsidik saya kenal ya. Kalau Ejri kayak adik itu. Tanya tuh sama keynote-nya. Ya, kan? Ini mohon maaf. Kalau Pak Kamarul baru kenal, ya. Tapi paham kan bahasa Indonesia? Oh paham. Tapi kita juga harus menghargai bahasa kita memang. Saya pergi di beberapa negara, official, dia ngomong bahasanya dulu, kemudian ketika discuss, dia baru berbahasa Inggris. Ya, ada interpreter dan kita tidak tahu lah, mungkin bisa jadi seperti itu ke depan. Ya. Okay, because we have a student from Pakistan and Afghanistan, so I will open this conference with English language. Okay, you understand Indonesian language? You understand Indonesian language? What for? But it's okay. I will read the speech, okay? Okay, good morning everyone, distinguished keynote speaker, respected guests, colleagues, researchers, students, ladies and gentlemen. It is a great pleasure to welcome all of you the 7th Aceh International Symposium of Civil Engineering 2026. On behalf of Syah Kuala, I would like to thank everyone to joining us today. It is wonderful to see all our participants here and also from online, from different countries to share ideas, experience, and research in civil engineering. This year the theme is resilient infrastructure under climate change. I think this is very relevant, to the challenges we face today. As many of you know, Aceh experienced the impact of cyclonic storm Senyar. Events like this remind us how important it is to design and build infrastructure that is stronger, safer, and better prepared for the future climate challenges. That is why gathering like this conference are so valuable. They give us the opportunity to learn from one another, and exchange knowledge, build new collaboration, and hopefully develop innovative solutions that can benefit not only Aceh but also communities around the world. I'm also delighted that this conference brings together researchers and professionals from the United Kingdom, from Japan, Iraq, Pakistan, Thailand. We have Thailand also. Okay, Malaysia, Indonesia, of course, and many other places. We hope we present on this conference more meaningful. I hope we will enjoy not only the technical session and discussion, but also in your time in this conference, we brought to share our hospitality and beautiful surrounding with all of you. This is for student international. Finally, I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the organizing committee, speakers, sponsors, and everyone who has worked hard to make this symposium possible. Now, by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, I officially declare the 7th Aceh International Symposium on Civil Engineering open. I wish you all a productive conference, inspiring discussion, and pleasant stay in Aceh. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for officially opening Aisce 2026. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm round of applause.
We will now proceed with the presentation of commemorative plaques by the organizing committee of Symposium to the distinguished keynote speaker, followed by the official group photograph. May we kindly invite our Vice Rector and all keynote speakers to the stage.
Thank you for the photo session. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now come to the end of the opening ceremony of AISCE 2026.
For the keynote presentation and discussion session, the symposium will be moderated by Mr. Adrian Ulza, ST-MSc.
It is our pleasure to invite Mr. Adrian Ulza, ST-MSc, to take over the session.
Yes, Bapak Ibu sekalian, the participants we taken the, oh ya, Pak Moderator ya, for 5 minutes lah mungkin ya, for the photos ya, taken photos ya, oke ya, yuk photo session. Bapak Ibu, we taken to side from in front dan ke belakang nanti Bapak Ibu ya. Nanti sebagian juga ada yang ke depan, kemudian ada yang kita di belakang, nanti diambil tamu ya. Sekarang ini kita ambil yang arah ke sana dulu ya Bapak Ibu ya. Oke, yuk. Yang di meja bulat tolong ke depan, kita butuh di depan ya. Izin ya Bapak Ibu yang di belakang ya, kami di depan. Oke, silakan.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Morning, everyone. Okay, so welcome to the keynote session of the 7th Aceh International Symposium on Civil Engineering. My name is Adrian Uza. I'm a civil engineer lecturer in Department of Civil Engineering Department. And it is my honor today to become the moderator to moderate this session. So over the years, ASCE have grown as a genuine international platform to connect everybody, like the engineers, practitioners, academia, and researchers, to discuss and to connect us and to exchange our intuitive response to the built environment. And I think it's worth holding notes on that, because civil engineering has already shaped our civilization until today. We build bridges, buildings, dams, connect roads to connect people. We build it, we design it, we construct, and we make it still standing. And often, it's taken for granted until the structures fail. So, talking about that responsibility, especially here in Aceh, where the region already faced one disaster after another disaster. Like, not to mention about the Aceh earthquake in 2004, earthquake and tsunami, and also last year we already hit by the climate anomaly of tropical cyclone Senyar that really devastating. So this year theme, the resilient infrastructure and climate change, actually become our question to moving forward, carrying that lesson learned. So that's why we will try to unveil that, because actually the disaster that we are facing right now is no longer written in our textbook. So today topics will discuss about that, and we will also in very privileged to invite our keynote speakers, and coming from Malaysia, United Kingdom, and also our beloved Professor Samsidi. Okay, so the keynote session will be for each keynote speaker will allocate around 20 to 30 minutes. And then we will move to another keynote speakers until the third keynote speakers. We will open the Q&A session. So please keep your question in mind. We will discuss that at the last session. So without further ado, we will have our first keynote speaker, Dr. Kamarul. Dr. Kamarul, how are you today? Are you already connect with us? Mute.
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Yeah, we can hear you.
Alhamdulillah. All right.
Yes.
Perfect. Let me share my screen.
Dr. Kamarul is a senior research fellow at Disaster Preparedness and Prevention Center at Malaysia-Japan International Institute of Technology, UTM. He is also joining us online from University Technology Malaysia. He also works extensively with AI and geospatial technologies for disaster management, multi-hazard early warning systems, and community-based approach to disaster risk reduction and sustainable development. So, Dr. Kamarul, thank you for making time to join with us. And wherever you're ready, please go ahead with your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Excellent. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yes,
We can see
lovely.
your screen. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum and a very good morning. Greetings, salam from Kuala Lumpur. Thank you very much to Universitas Shah Kuala for the great invitation and hosting this Aceh International Symposium on Civil Engineering. So first and foremost, I would like to apologize for my absence. I'm supposed to fly a couple of days to ago to Bandar Aceh, but due to some urgent matters in Kuala Lumpur, I cannot make it. But Alhamdulillah, today I think I'm here virtually. Welcome to the first slots, and I'm looking forward to have the discussions later on. So thank you, Dean of Faculty of Engineering. Thank you, Vice Rector. Um, uh, Thank you, Pak Samsidik, and my colleague, Dr. Ezri Hayat, as a keynote speaker today. For this slots, I would like to speak in the title of the extreme weather event by looking at the impact, cascading compounding impact. But I would like to narrow down some of the discussions and also deep insight into the tourism industry. So for that particular session, I will be addressing about the resilience heritage. Yeah, so we look into the challenges, issues, problems, and we may end up with some possible solutions. So to doing so, I would like to speak and propose a new concept and approach where we can highlight about the disaster resilience, moving from risk to resilience. And I would like to thanks to my PhD students, strategic partners from Department of Irrigation and Drainage, National Disaster Management Agency, Department of Town and Country Planning, as well as a colleague from Elmu and Mercy Malaysia. Just to get some motivation, during this short presentation, I will be addressing about three parts. The first on the needs and demand, looking at from the global regional perspective, bring you some case study from Malaysia, learning from the last 30 years experience, some impact, particularly on the sediment-induced water-related disaster. Second, on the challenges and priorities. But for that particular item, I will be addressing on the second priority for action, looking at the investment. I think most of our participants today are civil engineer or within the interest of the civil engineering field. I would like to bring you some best practice, some benchmarking case study on how we can improve and enhance our future physical investment. And third, and the last one on the opportunity and way forward. A few, if we have time, we can discuss further. Well, just one slide. It's about my center, about our university based in Kuala Lumpur. This year mark our 12 years, 15 years with MJIIT, with the support of JICA, Japan government. We are connected with almost 32, 33 Japanese university and research institute. So please feel free to connect with us to collaborate and look into future partnerships in the region. Well, let's jump into the business. I just want to bring you a new flavor of the future impact, by looking at the reports released by the World Bank and Bank Negara a few years back. Malaysia is expecting at least, with respect to 1 in 20 years floods can cost us up to 4.1% of GDP. This is something scary, and I will be sharing soon about the new climate development investments for Malaysia. So we are not just interested on reducing the human losses, but by looking at our current strategies and also actions on how we can reduce the impact, particularly on the economic losses. On your right, you will see there's a triple scenarios in the region, from Cyclone Senya to Koto and Dewa. We dispatched our team in the partnerships of Malaysia to look into the impact. So I think this quite unusual to our region, but this is something that we have to prepare for the future. For this particular session, I will be addressing about the impact to the tourism industry on how we can rejuvenate and promote this build back better concept. And as I said, the recent World Bank reports, the previous one was 2 years ago, and the latest reports indicating up to 32 billion USD to adapt and accept certain impact of the climate change. And the numbers, the forecasting, the prediction are increasing year by year. And by looking at some of the reports, particularly on the mitigation measure, they did mention about the flood resilience infrastructure. I will be addressing some issues and challenges related to the land use planning. I think 30 years ago, we embarked into a big gigantic flood mitigation project in Kuala Lumpur. I will be sharing some case study from Smart Tunnel by looking at the return of the investment on reducing the urban floods, particularly on how we utilize the land use planning, a part of the building standards as well as on the ecosystem solution. Before we jump into the details, since I noticed in the opening and speech by our dean and vice rector mentioning about the participants are also coming from the postgraduate students. I think, well, this just my own experience working with ASEAN Civil Engineering Coordinating Council under the TC21. We promote this disciplinary approach. So I would like to call upon all the civil engineers, those who are in the field of civil engineering, by promoting and adapting this new approach. And it's not that new in the sense that some of the best practice has been promoted and some of the evidence has been prevailed. But ideally, this transdisciplinary approach aims to support and achieve the goals and involving with many multi and transdisciplinary working together with various stakeholders and partners, either from public, private, academia, civil society, from media, or even the member of parliaments, to build and increase our societal resilience. So on your right, you will see that's pretty much a concept in the middle showing about the importance of scientific knowledge. And we have been promoting, at least in the last 10 years, within the context of on how we can co-design, co-develop, and co-implement some of the engineering-based project, particularly to reduce the impact of the climate related risks in the region. Well, before we shift into the 3 case study in Mount Kinabalu, Penang Island, and also Mount of Jerai in Kedah, I would like to bring you to the new flavor. In fact, there was reports released by World Bank on the triple dividends of resilience. I think this is very timely to rejuvenate and at least reflects back our engineering solutions in the past. Traditionally, conventionally, we are only talking about the first dividends. Some of our the designs, some of our constructions, and also our managements, project managements, are underestimates the second and third dividends. So by looking at the economic values, the return of the local economic activities, we can bring a different flavor under the second tier of the triple dividends, and the last tier we look into the core benefits. So I would be showing you some example in the Penang Island. We are talking about learning from the last 240 years experience, being the port city in Georgetown, Penang Island, where we learn about investing into the ecosystem services, the nature-based solutions, how we blended these green infrastructures into the project design. So this pretty much the link for today on how we can close the gaps, not only reducing, preventing the disaster losses, but looking at the future economic impact positively and generate more core benefits. One of the example, I think perhaps some of you are noticed, one of the world best infrastructure design on how basically we look into this smart tunnel design, not only protecting, reducing the urban floods, and rechanneling some of the say the at the water catchment level where we discharge some of the water, but also by looking at how through this concept of resilience thinking and design, we include another second and third tier of the dividend. So this pretty much the idea on how basically we can have high return in the world of disaster. We are not only solving the flood issues in the city, but also about the traffic management. Definitely, I think there are many more stories from this longest stormwater drainage tunnel. By looking this example, I would like you to bring another example in Mount Kinabalu, our first UNESCO World Heritage Sites. Maybe some of you are aware that back in 2015 we were hit by a big earthquakes with 30 seconds of shaking with 6.0 magnitudes. 18 people killed from the event, but left us close to 4 billion economic losses. But something worth to mention that along around the areas, there one particular district so-called Ranau district. So this Ranau district is basically a district that hold three or triple crown, yeah, the World Heritage Sites, the UNESCO Crocker Range Biosphere, as well as the Global Geopark. So can you imagine a single district in Malaysia, not only hosting millions of the tourists to the region because of the Mount Kinabalu, but also protecting the life and the livelihoods of the people. So these concepts has to be translated into understanding the demands of the managing a complex risk. And I would like to share this example on how basically we understand about from one particular risk. From earthquakes, it trigger rainfall. Well, rock falls, and a week after it trigger debris flow induced by rainfall in the area, and couple of years later, it's impacted our food security our tourism industry. So by learning from this area located in east of Malaysia, we understand about the behavior, understanding about this transboundary risks and also compounding impact. So we did a series of validation, verification after 10 years. We did assess looking at from the governance, from the management, the engineering solutions on how the design can give a more multiple return. So there are a couple of say a story inside looking at the transboundary risks on how we abandon the scientific technical knowledge into reducing the impact, not only protecting our asset, bridges, water intake, roads, buildings in this tectonically active region, but also increasing the tourism industry. So this single, multiple, or triple dividends has been implemented. I'm so glad to show you just one particular sub-catchment, so-called Mesilau catchment. We did a study to understand about the sediment induced, the debris flow, and landslide as a result of earthquakes, and understand about on how basically the future earthquake risks in the area. We did collect a lot of data in the last 10 years to understand about the land use changes and not only the physical and infrastructure needs, but also the social and economical needs in the region. Something worth to mention that this sediment-related disaster, I think Aceh has experienced the hydrometeorological disaster last November. I think we can learn a lot from this single event that can cascade and compound to another type of risk, and the impact might be also multiple. So we did study and understand from this one of the highest mountain in the Southeast Asia. So we quantify the sediment. We look into the accumulated earth material because there are many bridges, roads, building, water intake have been upgraded and also rebuilt after the 2015 Ranau earthquakes. Something worth to mention by looking at the debris flow and the sediment impact, we try to understand the local behavior, particularly the localized debris flow, to co-design the impact-based or end-to-end early warning system for the people in the downstream of Mesilau River. So from Mount Kinabalu, in the last 10 years, this year mark another commemoration year of Mount Jerai. Is located in Kedah. We built Sabo Dam, I think a couple of years after, back in August 2021. We were hit by a different extreme weather event localized, and the impact was larger than expected. But through the network in Japan, with Nippon Koi, we co-design and co-develop this end-to-end early warning system. Will bring the flavor of local knowledge, the local champion, the people from the affected area to get involved in the project development, project maintenance, as well as project monitoring. This also another example on how we bring the flavor of scientific technical knowledge and improve and enhance our contemporary landslide engineering scheme in the area. And last but not least, on the Penang case study, just very quick, since we running out of time, I just want to bring you to the third item of the category of the victims. If you carefully look, there are 20,000 people, the tourists, who have no idea at all where are the evacuation routes, where are the safe zones. So basically during the typhoon season, but unfortunately on the 5th and 5th of November 2017, we were hit by twin typhoons, in the island. So it caused us not only the economic damage, but also the cascading impact to tourism industry. So we try to understand hydrodynamic pattern, not only from the riverine flooding, urban flooding, but also coastal flooding. So in this particular Georgetown World Heritage Sites, we did study about not only the urban flood risk, but also the flood resilience needs and demand. So this is one of the example on how basically we co-design based on 100 years ARI integrated flood risk by looking at the rules and regulations set by the UNESCO World Heritage Sites on the flood mitigation project. So if you can imagine that we cannot simply dig and do any infrastructure work without looking at the rules and regulations set by the UNESCO. So these are pretty much a challenge. Back in 2017, we looked into this a case study on how we can improve and enhance the evacuation and also the community resilience. So this is another example from the hydrodynamic modeling product. We upgrade and enhance the results by showing the evacuation map. So this particular maps is quite useful to the tourists. So it's not only protecting the asset, but also giving another dividends and increase their safety and security of the international tourists to the area. So we have done this, and my PhD students is currently looking at a different context on how we can explore the disaster intelligence through AI, assisted spatial analytics. For those who are interested into this study, we are looking forward to look into how we can inject this green infrastructure, the nature-based solutions intervention. We received around 10 million USD project funded by UN Habitat to look into how we can sustain and improve the concept of a sponge city at the local level. By looking at this Georgetown case study, we also explore about the green area, on how we make use the small space, very limited land use scheme, where we can study and implement this disaster risk reduction and resilience strategy, particularly on the NBS retrofitting framework. So we have been submitting a couple of a paper based on the Georgetown World Heritage Sites. And on your right, you will see a lot of key drivers, a lot of conditioning and causal factors to support these developments of the urban flood risk reductions. And I would like to, before I end, this also a few strategic roadmaps as a result of 2017. About a decade ago, we tried to understand not only the needs for the future engineering solutions on how we can blending with the social needs, the economic return, the added value into our design. By looking at also about the future climate impact to the island setting, say for example Penang Island in Georgetown. So we studied about the institutional needs, the strengthening the risk governance, and exploring the impact-based warning system as well. So to end the session, I just show you a couple of example in the last 30, 20, and 10 years, a different project scheme, different engineering solutions, but it has a different characteristic of giving back to the society through the second and third dividend. So this is another example of our large dam, hydroelectricity dam that were affected badly by the typhoon induced, and some part of this hydropower was fixed by Tenaga Nasional Berhad, but we are looking into designing a new risk and resilience model to support the anticipatory action. So to conclude, I would like to end the session by stating six concluding remarks from understanding mapping the transboundary residual flood risk, but also reviewing bank our vertical and horizontal risk governance. This also a place where we can champion the DRR leaderships, empowering the local design and manipulating the resilience material at the local level. So this require significant leaderships. On number 3, you will see that this homogenizing technology and disaster intelligence or disaster informatics is a need. It will support to understand about the decision-making process, particularly balancing the risk acceptance with the development's needs for the future, making our cities and community more resilient. And number 5, this also pretty much, I don't really have time to discuss and explain about the equitable resilience, but from the earthquakes, urban floods, landslide and debris flow, we learn about this water, sediment and climate-induced disaster, a certain threshold where we can balancing between the needs for the risk reduction and the future development. Definitely, the people, the local community is the key. And for this, I would like to end by promotes and thanks to USCAR for the opportunity given. Thank you to people of Aceh showing about your resilience culture, and I do hope that the transdisciplinary approach that was promoted at the beginning will set the future scene and direction. So with that, I would like to end the session and looking for more explanations and discussions later on. Over to you. Assalamualaikum and have a great day, everyone.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Give applause to Dr. Kamarul Azari Razak. So thank you very much, Dr. Kamarul, for the insightful presentation. Dr. Kamarul already present about earthquake, landslide, flood, that the impact of the cascading effect to the socio-economics, and highlighting the needs of the disaster risk reduction strategy. So we will hold our question for the panel discussion at the end. So please stay with us online, Dr. Kamarul. Okay, so we will move to our second speaker, Dr. Ezri Hayat, joining us online from Teesside University. Hello, Dr. Ezri Hayat.
Halo, Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So, Dr. Hayat is a lecturer in asset management at Teesside University. His research centers on asset management and life cycle optimization, disaster resilience and sustainable infrastructure. He is also active in capacity building and international higher education collaboration works that connect institutions across borders to strengthen research and training capacity. So whenever you are ready, please go ahead and share your screen, Dr. Hayat. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I've already shared my screen. Can you see the screen?
Yes, we can clearly use your screen.
All right. Thank you very much. Then I will just start. All right. Good morning, everyone. And thank you for the introduction. It's really a genuine honor to be here at AISCE 2026, hosted by the University of Shah Kuala. And first, I would like to congratulate Shah Kuala University new management team at both rectorate and faculty level, who at this great event represented by my dear brother and friend, Dr. Ramzi Adriman just now, and also Prof. Iskandar. So again, congratulations. And I wish for better development and improvement for the Shah Kuala University as one of the best university in Indonesia. And I also want to send my respect to the other keynote speakers, Prof. Sam Siddiq from University of Shah Kuala, and also Dr. Kamarul Azari from UTM, particularly with Dr. Kamaru Azari. We have been friends on Facebook for several years now, but this is the first time we get to meet each other. So yeah, thank you, Dr. Ahlan, as the organizer of this event, for inviting me to participate in this lovely event. Okay, without further ado, so my name is Ezri Hayan. I'm from Teesside University in the United Kingdom. I'm a lecturer in asset management at Teesside University, and my journey has taken me from post-tsunami reconstruction project in Indonesia to research and teaching in the UK. And over the next 30 minutes or so, I want to talk a little bit about resilient infrastructure under the current climate change conditions, and why the decision we make about our data and our evidence matter just as much as the concrete steel that we as civil engineering are building with. Yeah. I would like to start with the recognitions of what happened in November 2025 last year. We all know the cyclone Senya that took place at the end of November to early December last year was an ordinarily rare storms. It was only the second tropical cyclone ever recorded forming this close to the equator in the Strait of Malacca that caused a massive landfall on northern Sumatra, and also triggered catastrophic flooding and landslide across the province of Aceh, North Sumatra, and also West Sumatra. Yeah. And more than 1,100 people lost their lives. Hundreds are still missing. At the peak of the crisis, over a million people were displaced. And Aceh, the province, bore the heaviest toll of all three. And I know that many of you in this room will have colleagues, students, or family among those affected. And some of you may still be living with the consequences, including my own family as well in this case. And I want to begin by acknowledging that loss directly, and by recognizing the courage of the responders, the volunteers, and particularly the community with their resilience towards various disasters that have struck our lovely place, Aceh, in particular. And everything that I'm about to share in this particular event is about in that spirit, not merely as an academic exercise, but also as contributions, however small, to a profession that has to do better to communities like we have in Indonesia and Aceh in particular. Yeah. So why evidence more than ever? We talk about the evidence-based infrastructure. Yeah. Climate change is not merely an environmental concerns. Yeah. It takes everything. It takes every existing vulnerability in our infrastructure system and makes it worse. Yeah. Indonesia is seeing more extreme fall in the last few years, more flash flooding, coastal erosions, sea level rise, and increasingly compounding risk where seismic and climate hazards are overlapping. And we have experienced and seen in Aceh from the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami through to the catastrophic flood of November last year, puts this region in a very unique position to lead resilient thinking across the Asia Pacific, and particularly in the Southeast Asia. And therefore, my central message today is simple. Resilience begins with the evidence-based decisions, not assumptions. And the engineering challenge that we have in front of us isn't simply to build a stronger physical infrastructure, but also to make it a better decision under uncertainty and a certain event. So let's look at the data that we have here. With regard to the extreme rainfall, the BMKG records show an intensifications of precipitation events across Sumatra and Java, and also part of the Borneo Island or Kalimantan. And that's overwhelming drainage networks that we never designed it for. Yeah. And this has been documented by Adrian in 2022, and we had it proven in early this year and also end of last year. But the real danger is not just that. Yeah. It's not in isolations, it's a compounding risk. Yeah. We have sea level rise projection for Indonesia also going up, with coastline range from 3 to 7 millimeters a year that threaten ports, road, and any other coastal settlement, as per the IPCC research in 2021 here. Okay, and it becomes a compounding risk with the fact that we have aging assets combined with shifting climate baseline. It create a compounding vulnerability that our traditional design simply won't conceive for, because they were not made for that. Okay, and we don't have to look far for the case in point what we have just discussed. The cyclone Senya, which struck this region in November last year, brought all three together. Yeah, all the three events: extreme rainfall, coastal or erosions, and sea level rise, they become a compounding risk that makes the area even more vulnerable to disaster. Yeah. For example, here we have a fact that all three risks converge within 48 hours across Aceh, North Sumatra, and West Sumatra. It was actually a very rare event, because normally a cyclone doesn't go towards the equatorial line, and we have experienced it now. So there's really a great sign, a clear sign of climate change taking place in our own backyards. Yeah. But when we look into the definition itself, like infrastructure resilient, what does resilient here actually mean? This term is used widely, but unfortunately, it's also sometimes used imprecisely. If we look at the practice, there are about 4 different components or interdependent dimensions that we need to use to define resilience. From the aspect of safety, it is really about the structural and systemic integrity under extreme loading, including events beyond our historic design parameters. Yeah. And for the second point is the service continuity. How do we keep transport, water utilities, and energy network keep functioning during and immediately after a disruptive event like disaster event? And resilient also related to recoverability. How fast and how completely we can restore the functions after their failure, which may depend heavily on planning, resources, and the governance applied to the particular area and also the particular event. And the fourth element of resilience is the adaptability. Yeah. What is our capacity to anticipate and incorporate evolving climate conditions into long-term asset management and also design revisions? Okay. So resilient infrastructure will need all of these four, which the infrastructure should be strong and safety, but slow to recover is not really a resilience. Yeah, so they need to cover all of these 4 aspects to be called resilience. With regard to that, then what will be the fundamental shift or changes in our practice towards infrastructure development? What I want to raise here is we need to shift from a design-based approach to a management-based approach, resilience. With regard to the design-based, traditional civil engineering practice place resilience primarily at the point of design, where we calculate or we analyze design capacity based on the load factors, return periods of flooding, for example, and material standard to mix expected conditions, the specifications, if you like. And under a stable climate, that was defensible approach. But when we are experiencing the accelerations of climate change, the design time certainty is eroding fast. So what was in 1 year, 1 in 100 year flood event, like in Aceh, may now occur at 1 in 30 years, for example, within a single asset service line. life like bridges or Cyclone Sanya. Again, this Cyclone Sanya put this starkly into practice. The near equatorial tropical cyclones were considered climatologically nearly impossible, but again, we experienced that. Yeah. So what we need to do now is we need to shift to a management base where we apply continuous monitoring. Yeah, we need to be able to check, audit, monitor the current conditions of all critical assets that we have. Yeah, and then we need to make them adaptive and look at the life cycle long. So moving from a design based on the data that we have at a particular point to a continuous monitoring and adaptive lifecycle long approach where we can adapt based on the changes in the conditions, changes in the climate, changes in the due to disaster event, for example. Uh, how do we shift that? We need to use evidence to support our decisions. Yeah. So how do we operationalize this management-based resilience? So there are 4 pillars of asset management that I want to highlight here that probably could help us understand more on the approach that uh, proposed here. Yeah. The first one is talking about value. Yeah. Uh, what an asset actually delivers. Value is about what an asset actually delivers, either economically, socially, or environmentally. Yeah. And then what are the risks involved? Yeah. What are the risks surrounding the particular asset? So we need to systematically assess the likelihood and the consequences of failure under climate altered conditions. Yeah. If there's a particular type of hazard or disaster events taking place, what will be the most exposed assets, for example? Yeah, the priority that we make based on the risk assessment. And we also have to have life cycle thinking where cost and performance across the whole asset life and not just the capital project, not just the money that we invested in the constructions of the infrastructure itself, but the whole cost associated with owning and operating that asset throughout its full life cycle. Yeah. And then this is probably one of the most important element here is evidence and governance, where we anchor every decisions in documented and traceable evidence with transparency and accountability. And here is the point that I most want to land, that the good asset management does not require perfect data. So it is probably one of the biggest mistake is that if we think that we need a perfect data to have a good management, it's actually not true, because it is very hard, very difficult, and probably nearly impossible to have a perfect data, because it about what we require is the structured use of available evidence to make it a more transparent and accountable. So why does this matter so directly here? So Indonesia, as we know, is managing infrastructure across more than 17,000 islands. Probably the only country that have island this many in the area, in the regions. So the maintenance budgets are limited relatively to a rapidly growing asset portfolio, real pressure from central and regional government to demonstrate value for money, and also climate adaptations that demand and compete directly with the basic provisions needs. And underneath all of that is a data challenge. Many Indonesians' infrastructure system, particularly in the eastern province and post-disaster zone, operate with incomplete inspection record. The condition data also inconsistent and limited digital asset register. Yeah. In the norm is it's the norm globally across low and middle income infrastructure contexts. And our asset management framework in this case needs to be calibrated to reflect that reality and not designed around an assumptions of perfect data that rarely exists anywhere. Yeah. So this is not unique to Indonesia only. So most countries are experiencing this. Even in the UK, um, um, in good contact with number of government agencies for their asset management here, and data is one of the biggest issues and probably what part of the day-to-day management and operational here as well. Yeah. And if we are trying to focus on the civil infrastructure here, what are the data challenges? Yeah. First, probably the most common data challenges is the incomplete inspection record. Many assets were built before systematic condition monitoring was a standard practice. So there's a gap between the baseline performance data from the start. Yeah. And second challenges is related to the inconsistent condition data. First, we have incomplete inspection record, and the next is inconsistent condition data. Yeah. So different inspection teams, they may have used different methodologies, different rating scales, and the result is data that is genuinely difficult to compare, difficult to aggregate across the whole portfolio of assets. Yeah. And the third is probably related to the practice itself, who relies on historic performance. Yeah. And climate change fundamentally breaks the assumptions that past behavior predict future performance. We see the cyclone Senya is one clear example again, that if we rely on historic data, that it probably one in 100 years event, but now it can change into one in 30 years event, for example. And the critical insight here is that climate change increase uncertainty. Yeah. And precisely at the moment, our infrastructure faces the greatest stress. Yeah. And we saw good practice emerge also during the November 2025 flooding, when formal monitoring and communications were overwhelmed within hours. There's a crowdsourced platform, petabencana.idea, where they receive residents report about flooded roads, block bridges, and also unsafe zone for them to distribute the information again to the public. Yeah. And data quality and uncertainty uh, and decision confidence. These three ideas get conflated constantly in engineering practice, and this has real consequences for how we make and communicate decisions. Data quality, for example, how good is the evidence? We talk about the completeness of data, the accuracy of data, the consistency of what we have actually recorded and used for making decisions. Yeah. And uncertainty asks a different questions here. What don't we know? Yeah. What don't we know? That's the range of plausible outcomes from natural variability and knowledge gaps. And critically, it's not something we resolve just by collecting more data. Yeah. So we need to really understand what we don't know. Yeah. And decisions confidence, the third element here, asks about how defensible is the call we've made. Yeah. And this is about transparency and documentations, independence of how how to complete the underlying data, how complete the underlying data actually is. That's the questions we ask about decision confidence. Okay. Engineering judgment, to all of these three, engineering judgments remain essentials. So we really need to develop a good quality engineers who have the intuitions, the experience, and also the skills to judge this data quality uncertainty, and therefore they can make a good decisions accordingly. Yeah. Nevertheless, uncertainty does not weaken engineering decisions. It is only weaken engineering decisions if the uncertainty not managed. First, we need to identify and characterize where we articulate what's unknown and why. We distinguish aleatory uncertainty, inherent randomness from epistemic uncertainty, the knowledge gaps that we could actually reduce if we choose to invest in this particular infrastructure facilities. Second, bound the decision space. Use scenario analysis or sensitivity testing to see how your decision change under different assumptions. Yeah, like sensitivity analysis techniques. And third, document and disclose. Yeah, so we need to declare and record our assumptions. What are the evidence, the rationale or justification behind them, so we can create an auditable trail for future review, so we can go back and see and learn what did we do and how did we come to these conditions, why did we make that decision at that particular time, and if there's any assumption that was wrong or assumption that has changed. Yeah, and the goal here was never to eliminate uncertainty. It is really to characterize uh, the conditions honestly and account for it transparently in every decisions that we make in the future. Yeah. And if we put it into practice, so risk-based prioritization is the outcome of this shift in approach. Yeah. As we know, risk is really a combination of likelihood and consequences. Yeah. Yeah. So the consequences resist a single number. Where we have the social, environmental, heritage impacts, they don't normally fall into the same subjective or objective scoring. It is normally subjective, and therefore we need to use a multi-criteria decision analysis transparently. This is one of the tools or the techniques that we can use. Another will be the analytical hierarchy priority. Yeah, and another issues or the challenges is about the matrices that quietly go stale, where we have the likelihood ratings drawn from historic return periods quietly go stale, like the cyclone Senya, changes in the patterns. So we need to rescore these matrices against the shared socioeconomic pathway or the SSP scenario from the IPCC. Another challenges will be related to rankings get overridden, where we have budget cycles and political pressure. The rankings that we have developed may be reshuffled against further pressure. Yeah, and they may be changed behind closed door, undermining the exercise. So we need to have proper documentations and publicly disclose them. Yeah. So we need to publish the scoring criteria, the weighting and rationals, and obviously with a discussion, consultation with the public that can help improve the transparency and accountability of the decisions made. So now let me show you what this looks like applied to three Indonesian infrastructure system. Yeah, critical for any of these because we lived through a real one just months ago. So the urban drainage network, for example, Cyclone Senya dropped over 130 millimeters of rain in just 3 hours on Loksmawe and around the area in November last year. And this 130 millimeters of rain is really more than what UK receive in drainage designed for far gentle storms. Yeah. And the transport network, we look at the Banda Aceh and Loksmawe route at that time, and the Medan to Banda Aceh highway in general were both severed by flood damaged bridges, isolating the entire districts for weeks. Even until today, there are still isolated areas around Aceh regions. And this is precisely where evidence-based inspections need to prioritize, and the prioritization would have let a limited maintenance budget stretch further. And if we look at the coastal and flood defense, the Aceh coastal infrastructure already carries compound risk from sea level rise and tectonic subsidence, mainly coming from the 2004 tsunami and earthquake event. Yeah, and this just showing that it matters even more that we need to have an evidence-based decision-making process. Yeah. And the key message across all these three examples is that resilient infrastructure depends on prioritizing the right assets, and that prioritization needs to be done at the right time and also supported by the right reasons. To summarize in general, what are the 6 lessons from resilient practice, evidence-based resilient practice? First one, resilient is organizational. So the technical solutions alone are not enough. So we need institutional capacity, data governance, and decision culture that determine whether resilience is actually sustained over time. And the second, data governance needs to come first. We need to improve how we collect, store, and use data that can outweigh simply increasing how often we do the interventions, especially under the budget constraint. And the third lesson is we can start simple. Develop a structured criteria, clarify the assumptions, and document them back and provide feedback that loops to deliver real value without needing a sophisticated analytical platform. Yeah, a simple analysis can help a lot here. And for incremental improvement works, for regions like Aceh province, progressive capacity building is both realistic and powerful. Resilience grows through sustained learning and not one-off project. Yeah, it should be a gradual movement, gradual improvement. And the fifth, transparency build trust. So when we have a transparent and accountable decision-making process, which can be accessed by the public, it will build trust at the end of the day. Showing why an asset was prioritized will strengthen public and political support for infrastructure investment. And the sixth lesson, not academic projection, sitting outside engineering practice. We can use, for example, the IPCC SSP scenario, and they need to be embedded in asset management planning and not treated as external academic projections. And if we look into the implication for practice, policy, and educations, for practitioners, please embed evidence and structured risk assessment into routine maintenance and not just major capital projects. So we need to create a culture of routine inspections and maintenance decisions, and treat engineering judgment as a documented, auditable process, particularly when data is limited. Yeah, I will finish this slide, Mr. Moderators. And for policymakers, invest in data and governance system, not just physical asset. And for university, please integrate asset management, decision science, and climate adaptation into curricula. I will stop here. My time is up for 30 minutes. Thank you very much. I give the platform back to the moderators. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Hayat, for the excellent presentation and for taking the time to join us online from the UK this morning. So for our final keynote speaker, we are fortunate to have our own speaker with us here in person, please join me in welcoming Professor Samsidik from our own University of Syah Kuala. So Professor Samsidik is the head of USK's Global Engagement Office now. Previously, he served as director of the TDMRC from 2021 to 2026. He's also led USK's Satgas Senyar, the university task force, formed in response to the cyclone Senyar catastrophic. His research spans from coastal engineering, numerical modeling for coastal areas, tsunamis modeling and simulation, and disaster risk reduction and preparedness and sediment transport. So we will. Okay, so I will give the chair to Professor Samsidik.
Ya, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, selamat pagi, siang Bapak dan Ibu sekalian. Good day everyone, so my name is again Samsidik. It is an honor to be part of this conference. Again, I'm lecturer from Civil Engineering Department, Civil Engineering of Syah Kuala University. So I wear this suit just to look like the photo you are seeing right now on the stage. And also I would like to greet my colleagues from UTM, Dr. Kamaru Azhari. Glad to see you online, Dr. Kamaru. And also Pak Dr. Ezri Hayat. Long time no see, Pak. Yeah, I have a slide. I think I'll just give that to the committee while we wait for some time. I have two topics actually I want to discuss and share to all the audience in this conference. But before that, I would like also to thank to the committee for inviting me to be part of this conference, especially to Pak Ahlan, who put a lot of trust on me to stand in front of our colleagues at the Civil Engineering Department. And to all the students from Civil Engineering Department, either you are attending online or offline, and all the guests from local government, NGO perhaps, or other university around Banda Aceh. Right, so I have two topics actually that I'm trying to connect with the topics and the themes of this conference. First, this would be more technical presentation on looking at the alternative of tsunami evacuation buildings in Banda Aceh. So actually this one not quite new, so because we completed the research sometime about 5 years ago. So I and my colleagues from master degree and also from hydraulic engineering, we were doing the research in identifying alternative tsunami evacuation building around the city. Can we go next? Yeah, so actually we just passed 21st year of the commemoration of 2004 Aceh tsunami. And but from time to time we are observing the increase of human population around the coastal area. If you could remember that in 2004, in Banda Aceh alone, we have about 230,000 population in town. 1/3 of them were died because of the tsunami. So we had at the time about 150,000 people left and survived after the event. But I would like also to show to you some the observation that showing a quite consistent increase of demography around the coastal area in Banda Aceh. That quite worrying and quite potential to create another adverse problem around the city. Should be another tsunami attack in the future. And there was one research conducted by my colleagues, Professor Nazli and his colleague from Nanyang Technical University in Singapore, when they discovered one coastal cave around Lung in Aceh Besar, about 45 minutes from the city to the west. This coastal cave preserved 11 times of tsunami deposit from about 5000 BC. So meaning that the 2004 tsunami was not the only tsunami that hit Banda Aceh or Aceh Besar region. So we have been hit at least 11 times of ancient tsunami and one modern times tsunami in 2004. So another theories on the written periods of an event, especially in the terms of geological hazard. When we are going farther from one event, actually we are approaching to another event. It means that we have been past more than 2 decades after 2004 tsunami. It is possibly we are actually waiting for another one coming to our city. So that's why the preparedness and also the awareness of our community is very urgent, and we have to also facilitate that preparedness with infrastructures and structures. So one of them could be the vertical tsunami evacuation building. Next. Next, please. Yeah, next. Yeah, this, I think you all know the view of Banda Aceh when you landed from the airplane to Sultan Iskandar Muda Airport. When you sit on the right-hand side window side of the airplane, you could see the view. We don't have any helipad, we don't have any high ground that could be functioned as a tsunami evacuation point. So our coastal area is quite flat, and probably 80% of our city is located in low-lying area. Next, please. But on the other hand, the increase of human population around the coastal area is quite consistent. At least for the two sub-districts that we observe around Meraksa and Kutaraja, you can see the graph, the right-hand side of the panel. The trend of the human population in this area is quite consistent and obvious. Mean that people are coming back to the area. And some of them probably are not very aware and not really familiar with the previous tsunami that attacked the city. So another one is, please go next. And this is the morphology of the city before the tsunami. So we capture the image of Banda Aceh and we digitize the image to mark the land use of the city. You could see that we had plenty of green area where we had coastal vegetation. Some of them were mangroves, and we have also some population around Meraksa or Ulele over there, marked by red area. But then after tsunami, next please, you could see most of them gone. I think the survivors of this event still remember when you stood right at the next coastline of the Ulele, you could immediately see Baitur Rahman Mosque from far away, so that about 5 or 4 kilometers from the coastline, there were nothing. So, I mean, the city were flattened. All the buildings were flattened by this now. But then, 10 years after that, we did another survey. We collected another data to digitize the land use of the coastal area in Banda Aceh. Please go next. that what we have right now, I think it's quite similar to what we have right now, although this actually were, the data were taken in 2015, but I guess like 10 years after that, most of the areas almost similar like this. So the coastline are recovered, have been recovered, and the people are coming back to the same place where they were before tsunami. Next, please. And from time to time, my colleagues at Tsunami Division at TDRMRC, well, actually, I'm no longer head of TDRMRC, but I still keep my position as researcher at the center. We digitize and we classify every building in Banda Aceh. There have been 4 times that we measured the buildings. We collected data in 2017, 2022, 2024, and last one, we did that about 3 months ago. So we collected more than 80,000 units of building in Banda Aceh, and we surveyed them one by one. So I'm lucky to have very amazing students and colleagues from civil engineering who did the survey, and we come to every single houses and building in Banda Aceh and categorize them based on Hazard United States system or HAZUS. So you can see that this is all the buildings that we have recently in Banda Aceh in 2026. So next, please. This is the trend of the building we have from the 4 times of the measurement. Most of them are classified as confined masonry types of building, but maybe the code is incorrect. But most of them are confined masonry types of types of building. That's quite similar to what we had before 2004 tsunami. You could see that the sharp increase on the yellow bar that identify these confined masonry types of the building. Next, please. Yeah, now the problem is, should another tsunami attack Banda Aceh, what will happen to our community? That is the big question. So, are we going to have another similar impacts? Like I said earlier, we lost 1/3 of the population after the tsunami. Are we going to lose another 1/3 of the population should another tsunami hit our city in the future? I think this is quite serious questions that we need to anticipate. One of them is by identifying whether we have sufficient number of shelters or sufficient number of tsunami evacuation buildings. So my colleagues and I conducted a number of tsunami numerical modeling. But before that, let me also introduce the method. Well, this is the complaint that, or the news that we received because of the city used single-purpose tsunami evacuation building. In Banda Aceh, we have 4 single-purpose tsunami evacuation buildings. Means that in daily life, there's nothing, there's no activity at all in those buildings. But if you could remember, in 2012, we were hit by 2 major earthquakes in April 12. There were 8.6 and 8.2 moment magnitude of earthquake that caused chaotic situation in the city, and most of the western coast cities or in Sumatra were ordered to evacuate immediately. But the funny thing is that among those 4 tsunami evacuation buildings, only 1 was used by the community. Even the number of people who evacuated to that building, not more than 50 people. And the other 3 tsunami particle evacuation buildings were deserted. Nobody used those buildings, but actually we expect them to run to the evacuation building. So when we have to use the building, nobody used, right? that's quite useless and not efficient in terms of having single-purpose tsunami vertical evacuation building. Constructing the single-purpose tsunami evacuation building is not a cheap. I think you all guys understand that at least for that kind of huge buildings, we probably need a lot of money, at least like, I don't know, maybe 10 billion or more than that. That's not cheap for us. Right? But when we need to use it, nobody uses. That's funny. So one of the reasons my colleagues from from Nanyang, NTU, they also collected data after the 2012, asking people why they did not run to the vertical evacuation building, but they ran to higher ground using motorbike or cars. The answer is quite interesting because among the responses they received during the survey was that they trust the road rather than the buildings. So they want to evacuate as far as possible rather than to use those buildings made by human. They also have a kind of untrust to those buildings in terms of whether those buildings can sustain tsunami, can help them or can save them from the tsunami. Well, I don't know, maybe some of them also thought that some kind of corruption also contributed while constructing the building. So that also contributed to the untrust situation. So that's why they choose to run away rather than to hike or to use the tsunami vertical evacuation. That is not specific case to Aceh only, but for other places like in Lombok and in Padang in West Sumatra, we also notice the same thing. Also in Pangandaran, we also observe the same thing. So I think in the context of Indonesia, most of the case, the single-purpose tsunami evacuation building is not efficient and is not effective. So we would like to suggest to adopt the concept of multi-purpose tsunami vertical evacuation building. It means that in daily life, in daily activities, there are other activities other than evacuation. So it could be office, it could be school, it could be mosque, or probably private buildings like hotels or houses even. That would help the operation and the maintenance of those buildings. But the question is, how can we identify among all the 80,000 buildings that we have in Banda Aceh, which one of them is suitable for this purpose? So that's why we introduced this method. Next, please. Yeah, so we collected the data and then we conducted numerical modeling. Next, please. Yeah, this is the domain of the numerical modeling. We use Cornell coupled tsunami model or COMCOT, and we use some other data like bathymetry, topography, DEM, and so on. Next, please. And we use a number of scenarios like starting from the largest one that could potentially generate from the Aceh Andaman segment, that 9.2, up to the lowest one that could trigger a significant tsunami, which is 8.4 moment magnitude. So we tried all these scenarios and try to see what would be the impacts to Banda Aceh. Next, please. Yeah, that's the initial tsunami waveform that generated along the Aceh Andaman. So you could see that the 9.2 over there, and this is the smallest one with 8.4 moment magnitude. Next, please. And we use this kind of formula, a very simple one. It's we call it building tsunami vulnerability. Initially was developed by Omira to map the same thing in Moroccan city, but then we modified the formula by introducing other factors in the equation by introducing the drag force F in the formula. So using the combination of these, we could see the potential damage of all the buildings in Banda Aceh. Next, please. And this is the fragility curve. So one of the ways that we can include or estimate the damage of the building should any disasters attack the building. And that the weighting factors for each of types of the building start from timber, confined masonry, reinforced concrete with 2 stories, reinforced concrete with 3 stories and 4 stories. Next, please. Yeah, I think this is already done. Yeah, next. Next. Yeah, you could see here is 3 maps showing the BTV of each of the buildings in Banda Aceh. So if it is dark red or the weighting factor is 5, that means those buildings will collapse first. So if it is green, that means it can sustain the impacts of the tsunami. So these are the results. Next, please. And you could see now, in case whether we have BTV less than 20%, okay, there's no building inside the tsunami inundation area can sustain tsunami. Means that we will have the same thing that happened in 2004. Because we don't have any seawalls, any hard structure to protect the tsunami force, right? So, but if we can go lower, like between 20 to 40%, Alhamdulillah, we have like between 4 to 96 buildings based on the scenario. So that's the result. So means that it's quite good, quite promising to use about 100 buildings at average that we can turn them into alternative tsunami evacuation buildings. So the official tsunami evacuation building, each of them can only accommodate about 800 people in one time. So in case that we have 4, so we can only facilitate like 3,200 people. But we have very big population. 200 now is about 290,000. So 1/3 of them are situated in the high risk zone. So like, how much is that? Like 90,000. So out of 90,000, we can only facilitate 3,200. So huge difference between the capacity of the tsunami evacuation building and the number of people who live in the high risk zone. So that's the homework that we need to deal with. But we can actually turn those about 200 buildings into alternative tsunami evacuation buildings. Those 100 buildings, among them are schools, mosques, government offices, and also hotels. So we can deal with each of the authority of those buildings about how to operate or how to modify them so they can be suitable to use as a tsunami evacuation building should any tsunami hit us in the future. Next. Actually, this is very in line to what Dr. Kamara just mentioned about the concept of having co-benefit of structures. Banda Aceh is not a rich city, right? I know that. We have Bapak-bapak dari PNS who know better than me about the budget of the city. But most of the budget of the city come to the salary of the civil servant. We don't have money to construct a giant seawall or procure land and then turn the land as a coastal forest. That's beyond our financial capacity. So what we can do is to make an alternative ways. One of them to adopt the concept of co-benefit of structures. So the 100 buildings that I mentioned earlier, that can also adopt the concept of co-benefit of structure. Another one is road. Next, please. Next, probably. Yeah, I would like to show this one a very good example that we observed during the 2011 Great East Japan earthquake and tsunami in Tohoku or in Sendai area. So they have a highway, the name of the highway is Tobu Highway, that's quite parallel to the coastline of Sendai. And the geometry of the highway, it's adopt like embankment type of the road, rather than like we have in front is quite flat. So it has like embankment. Yeah. So you could see that on the left hand side over there, there's kind of a hill actually artificial. So it's above that is actually the highway. So what happened during 2011, the tsunami wave stopped just in front of the highway. So this is quite good example of co-benefit of structure. So in daily life, the highway is function as transportation infrastructure, of course, but it can also function as tsunami mitigation. Next, please. So the concept that they introduced, they call it tsunami multi-layer defense system in Sendai. So they introduced also highway, also hill, and also a canal over there. So the canal also can reduce the energy of the tsunami. So this very interesting idea and quite now is if you have a chance to visit Sendai, you can see the real of this application in place. It's not only theory; they already apply this. Next, please. Yeah, how about Banda Aceh? No, I don't know. Ini ada bapak dari bapak tadi ada bapak dari Putih. Ada Pak Majid. Ya, ini sekalian. So actually we have Banda Aceh Auto Ring Road. This concept has been very long time ago, like maybe more than 10 years ago. It was initiated by JICA. Actually to reduce the traffic congestion around the city. So the Banda Aceh Ring Road is represented by the yellow line over there. So it's quite parallel to the coastline of Banda Aceh. So the idea that we actually already presented this to Banda Aceh, maybe about before COVID, 2019. We asked them if we could follow what happened in Tobu Highway case. Okay, so by making the geometry of the road, what embankment type, right? Not like a rather ordinary road. So next, please. Well, this is the part of the study of the JICA. Next, please. Yeah. So the typical road that we have is on the left-hand side. What we suggest is to adopt the embankment type, like elevated road like this one. So we have an artificial hill that can also stop the tsunami wave in case in the future, we will have another tsunami. Because if we wait longer, actually we are accumulating all the problems. Just try to accumulate all the problems in the future that probably in that time cannot be resolved. Maybe we have to do that consistently and sustainably. I mean, continuously we have to allocate some money to modify the road and adopt the co-benefit of structures. Next. Other things is mosque. We can also turn the mosque. Of course, we use the mosque 5 times a day. But the mosque, certain types of mosques, we can also use those mosques as alternative tsunami evacuation field. Even some of our community, some of our people, during 2012, they said that the reason why they chose not to run to the evacuation field or even not to run to higher ground, and they ran to the mosque because they say, I prefer to die inside the mosque rather than die while walking or while running on the road. That is kind of irrational, of course, that irrational, but actually this is a potential thing that we can utilize by modify the MOS, so the MOS can also accommodate the idea of evacuation cycles. So my students, my former students, one PhD student, he conducted a very precise and a very good research on using turning MOS as a evacuation building. And he did also a numerical and laboratory experiment to prove that what kind of MOS that can sustain the tsunami wave, including the structures and also the orientation of the MOS. So it's quite potential and quite promising. Next, please. I think this is the comparison between tsunami fragility curve of houses and MOS. So you could see that on the right hand side, I think on the left, sorry, on the left hand side over there is a work that done by Pak Ibrahim, one of my PhD students. So he showed that the fragility curve of MOS in Banda Aceh is quite good and much better than houses or other types of building. So we can actually turn the MOS into alternative tsunami evacuation building. Next, please. As a conclusion, probably, I would like to suggest that we can have a multi-purpose tsunami evacuation building in Banda Aceh rather than single purpose. And then we can probably also turn MOS as a tsunami evacuation building. And we can probably extend this study in the future. But before I end this, I would like also to highlight and align with other two keynote speakers about the senyar. Please go next. Next. Next please. I think this is quite already known by everyone in this room that we had Cyclone Senyar last year in November. Next please. This is quite interesting because the track of the cyclone, it came from a strait, not from an open ocean. So the length of the transect is quite short. And that means the time when the cyclone started until the cyclone the first time hit Aceh land is quite short. It's like within less than 1 day. This never happened before because in the past, the cyclone occurred in the ocean and it took like some days to hit the mainland or the land part of an area. So that's quite interesting to learn about the senyar itself. However, I'm going to show to you the common perceptions that we had before the senyar happened. Next, please. Before that, we had actually in 2001 another cyclone that passing Sumatra. The name of the cyclone is Famin, but nobody died and no major destruction because of that cyclone. Next, please. This is the impacts that we have. So you could see that the numbers of on the left-hand side is on population, I guess. Yeah, on the, sorry, not population. That is damaged houses. So you could see that Aceh Tamiang is the highest one that the number of houses destroyed by senyar. And the middle one is in terms of population affected by cyclone senyar. And this one is if we compare between losses, reported losses to the district GDP. So you could see that there are two districts, PD Jaya and Aceh Tamiang. Those two districts, the losses recorded more than 3 times of it, more than 3 times than their GDP, annual GDP. That means without external support, I think it will be extremely difficult for them to reconstruct the area. And I don't know how many people in this room understand that before the senyar, there was one map showing that actually Indonesia is quite free from cyclone. All the cyclone going up to probably to the north and all going down to the south. But the area around equatorial area is quite clean and no cyclone crossing that area. This gave a perception that Indonesia is quite free from a cyclone. Now, this theory is no longer valid. I mean, start from the event of Senyar, we have to change our mind. Our area is quite sensitive and quite prone to impacts of cyclone. Next, please. Yeah, this is type of the damage. I think you all observed in the news, or even you saw it by yourself. Next. Yeah, but the challenge for civil engineering is that we still don't have a fragility curve that can represent the damage based on the cyclone event. So, Bapak-bapak and ibu-ibu at BPBA or BPBD, I don't know how they calculated the loss. I mean, if they have to estimate the losses or the damage, there is no such kind of established formula, mathematical formula or theory to calculate that. So I think that's not going to be done by the government sectors. That should be done by civil engineering department here. So it is our job as civil engineering to produce such kind of fragility curve, so that curve can help the government officers to calculate and to estimate the impact and the damage. I think with that, I end my presentation. Thank you very much. I hand this over to Pak Ardian.
Thank you, Professor Samsidik, for the insightful presentation, and also how Professor Samsidik highlighting the needs of us to create the fragility curves to estimate the risk and also the loss of the flood for the next cyclone maybe. But we are not anticipated that. And so we are entering for the last session now, for the Q&A session. And we will have like around 30 minutes and I will open 3 questions first. Jadi untuk Bapak Ibu, kita akan membuka dengan sesi Q&A. Bagi Bapak Ibu yang punya pertanyaan, bisa menyampaikan dengan bahasa Indonesia. Nanti saya bisa menerjemahkannya. Dan lagi pula dari Pak Ezri Hayat dan juga Pak Kamarul juga sebenarnya bisa berbahasa Indonesia dan bahasa Melayu ya. Dan kita juga serumpun ya Pak Dr. Kamarul ya. Okay, so we will open the question. Kita akan mulai membuka 3 pertanyaan. Ada yang bertanya? Okay. Silakan Pak, namanya dan pertanyaannya.
Okay, before, thank you for the occasion. Let me introduce myself. My name is Zahra Fauzan. I'm the representative of Forestry and Environment Office of Aceh. Actually, I really interest on disaster management, while my thesis on my bachelor's degree was about the Indonesia's interest and contributions toward the ASEAN Disaster Management Program. So actually I have a question for the Honorable Speaker, Mr. Kamarul from DPPC UTM. So you just presented about disaster risk reduction resilience strategy on period 2026 and 2030. So of the 6 strategies presented, which strategy do you think will have the greatest impact on the climate change? Which strategy do you think will have the greatest impact on climate change control, and how can its implementation be synergized with disaster risk reduction effort on the regional level? And the second one, how can an equitable and community-based resilience approach contribute to the climate change control, particularly in increasing community participation in mitigation and adaptation effort? Thank you.
Okay, maybe Dr. Kamarul can answer the question directly.
All right, thank you very much. Excellent question. Um, well, the way I see the questions and perhaps the feedback, we can have a look from a different angles. Definitely among six, all of them are equally important. But if you were asked, since we have 3 or 4 years to go, and based on the midterm review reports of Sendai back in 2023, at least at the regional level, 10, 11 ASEAN countries, and Malaysia is one of them. So we were focusing more on the impact. Most of the climate change impact prevail at the local level. So most of the action has to be taken and involved with the local community. So by saying that, I think the list number 5, the community-based DRR action, is one of the important pillar to accelerate the process of achieving, particularly on the risk adaptation and the resilience. So the second point, given the fact that most of the impact are higher and bigger in scale, we have to spend some time to review back our land use planning. So, given the fact that the impact of the land use towards to the future risks are longer than what we expected, but to making sure that the future scenario has been taken into the risk-based planning or risk-informed development, this one of the most appropriate strategies. Based on few empirical data that we have, a dam-induced disaster in Cameron Highland back in 2013, 2014, we changed the land use order. We rejuvenate the land use planning, the design, the template, the mechanism, the ecosystem. Then now we can see some positive impact towards to the future risk. Then there was also attempt to look into how basically the local knowledge also play a role into supporting the scientific and technical knowledge in the decision making process. So I think this has to be balanced. I perhaps don't have exact answer for this, but these are few elements that are important in the equation. So coming back to your second questions, I think it addressed the importance of learning each other. So that's why I choose and pick the transboundary risk. Yeah. So some of our risks started from one country, but it landed into the different countries. But in terms of the solutions, we are not just sharing the problems, but we can share the solutions as well. So this has to be regionally designed and developed so that we can see the impact at the local level. So from the Malaysian context, I think in the last 20, 30 years, we have seen that the number of investment is not enough compared to the number of disaster or the climate crisis, particularly into the impact to our tourism, to our food security sectors. So that's why we have to speed up the process, engaging more local stakeholders, because most of the risks, most of the disaster in the past are localized in nature. But we have seen that it's not easy to translate some of the policy into action at the local level. So we want to see some positive evidence happening at the local level. So that's why the community has to be involved from the beginning of the project design. That's my quick answer, and thanks to the question.
Thank you, Dr. Kamarul. That's really comprehensive answer, actually. So, do you have any comments, sir? Okay. So, we will move on to the next question. Okay.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My name is Rizky from Magister Civil Engineering class 24. I will ask for Prof. Samsidik. Give us this year Aisce focus on climate change. How shall we recalibrate? We have lot sufficient for tsunami impact on coastal infrastructure in Aceh. Global sea level rise will inevitably increase the foundation depth. If a tsunami strikes again in the considering this compounding hazard, are the tsunami evacuation building construction 15 and 20 years ago in Banda Aceh still reliable? This is my question for Prof. Samsidik. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ya, terima kasih Pak atas pertanyaannya. So I'm trying to respond. If I don't know if my mistake, please help me with my understanding on the question. So about the sea level rise, so one of the studies that we completed about 2 years ago with one of the PhD students, Sina, from Polytechnic, she and our groups conducted a series of tsunami numerical modeling by including also sea level rise rate around Andaman or around Aceh. It is obvious that in the future, the sea level rise will make the tsunami inundation area become larger. So we see that the impacts of the sea level rise, in case the same magnitude like happened in 2004, if that happened in the next 100, for example, so the inundation area will increase about 30% from what happened in 2004. That's the result that we get. But don't also forget that we have also other dynamic factors. For example, like population. So of course the increase, right? So in the next 100 years, probably population double. Also exposure, disaster exposure also will. What? About the performance of our infrastructures after tsunami, whether it can still sustain from future earthquake or tsunami, for example. I think some of them, frankly speaking, will not sustain. But I think others like bridges or road, I think it's quite good now, even much better than what we had before 2004 tsunami. So I'm quite optimistic with some part of infrastructures, but it is obvious we have to be very cautious with other types of building. There probably nothing that have been done to restore or to increase the strength of the building after 2004 tsunami. Prof. Ella and Dr. Yunita, I think if I'm not mistaken, they conducted the survey for building that once inundated by tsunami. They call it salt dam attack, if I'm not mistaken. So they noticed also the salt content of the tsunami wave. It also damaged the structure of the column or the beams in the building. So that's what I can respond actually.
Well, thank you.
First of all, thank you for the professors for their presentations. So my name is Saeed Idar. I'm from Pakistan and currently I'm pursuing a master's degree in civil engineering, especially in structural engineering. And my current research for my thesis is developing earthquake fragility curves for the school buildings in Cianjur region, West Java. So my questions from Dr. Isri Hayat is that is on the data. So how do we deal with the data scarcity or unreliable post-disaster data when we develop evidence-based strategies, especially in regions like Indonesia, where the detailed data sets are limited? Thanks so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. What's your name again? Sorry.
Said Heather.
Said Heather. Thank you. Yeah. So data scarcity and data completeness and accuracy is not a problem only for Indonesia, even though probably Indonesia, I would say, probably suffer a little bit more than other countries in terms of that aspect. But nevertheless, what we need to encourage is transparency first. Yeah, we need to encourage transparency in data collections. I know very well about the data accuracy and completeness in Indonesia because I did my research in Indonesia asset management for road infrastructure as well. Yeah, uh, we need to when we come into, for example, assessing a certain condition of asset, then probably we need to review the data first. Yeah, and then we need to update the data. Update the data when it comes to that particular assets. We may start with a certain number of asset that comes into what I call that we may need. For example, if you are talking about asset conditions of road networks, yeah, if it's too expensive to update the data, the conditions of all the road networks, then we should start with the road networks that we want to intervene. Yeah, we want to intervene. We can now also use, say, AI, satellite imagery can help a lot to update this data. We had a partner here who used mobile camera system that can access, for example, and update the road conditions. Yeah, and we also have a very good example from the Kalimantan province, the governor of Ibu Seli Chuanda, where he used the crowd source gathering of data using social media, for example, that can be used as well to update the informations and the data that we have in our record. But it all needs to be collaborated with the regional government, the relevant government. If you're talking about the provincial, then with provincial government, because at the end of the day, when we talk about infrastructure, they are the one who uh, are responsible in maintaining and keeping the data. Yeah, I hope that makes sense as a starting point. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Okay, thank you for Dr. Hayat for the mentioning and highlighting about the scarcity of the data. That's actually our problem when assessing the risk, actually. So we are on a schedule, on a track, actually, but maybe we have around 5 minutes remaining. So maybe I will open only one question, and I believe that so many people here that would like to ask a question, but we will only open one question left. Okay, so is there anybody else? Okay.
Dalam bahasa Indonesia, boleh?
Boleh, Pak.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Terima kasih atas berikan Perkenalkan saya Muhajir, alumni Fakultas Teknik Universitas Syah Kuala. Sebelumnya bertugas di Dinas Perhubungan Aceh dan Bapeda Aceh. Izinkan saya menanyakan beberapa hal. Yang pertama kepada Prof. Kamarul berkaitan dengan kondisi kebencanaan, terutama pada tingkatan lokal di Provinsi Aceh yang dalam beberapa tahun belakangan ini menunjukkan sebuah tren ataupun kecenderungan yang skalanya itu semakin rapat, di mana permasalahannya itu tidak hanya tunggal ataupun bersumber dari faktor-faktor lingkungan saja, namun juga beririsan dengan tata kelola dan perencanaan yang tidak ataupun kurang memperhatikan aspek-aspek daya dukung dan daya tampung lingkungan, sementara eksplorasi ataupun eksploitasi alam itu semakin besar dan seolah-olah pembangunan ataupun perencanaan itu hanya sekedar untuk mengisi ruang-ruang yang ada gitu, dengan mengabaikan aspek lingkungan. Kemudian pertanyaannya adalah bagaimana secara spesifik dapat diberikan sebuah pencerahan agar kita semua dapat tersadarkan bahwa mengisi ruang itu ataupun mengeksplorasi alam itu dapat kita dorong kesadarannya untuk terus tumbuh agar bencana alam itu tidak terjadi secara berulang dan menggerus apa yang telah kita bangun sebelumnya. Kemudian mungkin pertanyaan kedua kepada Prof. Samsidik. Beliau adalah profesor yang terus-menerus terlibat dalam pembangunan Aceh sejak pasca tsunami dan sekarang juga pasca siklon Senyar, Pak. Saya mungkin melihat dua citra yang dipaparkan tadi, yang sebelum tsunami kemudian sekarang. Kita dapat melihat bahwa seolah-olah kita mengabaikan komitmen apa yang telah kita jaga sebelumnya, Pak, berkaitan dengan garis pantai dan pembangunan-pembangunan yang terdestruksi sebelumnya oleh tsunami. Saya melihat bahwa gambaran pembangunan kita ke depan dan semakin berjalan ke depan ini seperti menciptakan labirin-labirin kematian, mohon maaf Pak, di sepanjang pantai kita, Pak. Pembangunan permukiman, pembangunan fasilitas jasa dan lainnya itu terus didorong ke kawasan yang dulunya kita jaga sebagai garis untuk kita menghindarkan dari timbulnya kembali korban jiwa akibat bencana yang kemungkinan akan berulang untuk kawasan kita. Dengan kontribusi Prof dan rekan-rekan dari Universitas Kuala yang terus intens dengan pemerintah Aceh khususnya, bagaimana kita menarik kembali komitmen kita untuk menjaga hal-hal yang dulunya kita antisipasi dengan sebuah blueprint pasca tsunami dan sekarang kita melihat mungkin semakin longgar gitu. Terima kasih Prof. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. So, Dr. Kamarul, I think so to wrap up, Pak Muhajir is asking about your suggestion how to manage the urban planning and also administrating to prevent the disaster risk reduction. What do you think?
Yeah, okay, thank you. I try to understand in Bahasa Indonesia just now. So let me explain in English better, I think. Definitely, land use, land cover is the key in reducing future risk. One of the most significant evidence that we have collected so far for one of our major river basins, so-called Langat River, is located in Selangor. We got two major river in the state of Selangor, the richest state in Malaysia, that contribute 40% of our national GDP. So what actually happening during Typhoon Rai back in 2021 December? It hit badly the upstreams of the river basin, in Hulu Langat. But technically, all the sediment, water, the impact was flowing to Putrajaya. So maybe you know that Putrajaya was built with some so-called 40% of the area are green area, consists of wetland, man-made wetland, and also lake. Surprisingly, based on the empirical data showing that the impact from the upstreams, because the Putrajaya is located in the midstreams, and the scale of the impact, we were talking about at least 2 billion of the economic losses in that night. But interestingly, the impact was absorbed by this wetland and also lake for about two and a half months before the water retained to the downstreams of the river basin in Langat River. So, 30 years ago, when we designed Putrajaya with 40% of the area are green, without knowing that after 30 years, we are going to hit and lost 3.1 billion economic losses. So this play a major role, especially on how we design our urban, our city, and cope for the future risks. So there are many other examples in Malaysia, but this particular case study was documented empirically and to show that there was a high return despite that the area are commercially valued. Instead of keeping 40% of Putrajaya area for green, is rather better move to the residential or commercial zones. But instead, we spend some part of the land dedicated for nature or base ecosystem. Then after 30 years, we can see that it pay off some part of our land use planning strategy. So I think that's it. A quick one with some example of the evidence. Yes.
Well, thank you, Dr. Kamarul. So it's basically we are using the nature-based solution, right, to prevent the disaster. So next question is to answer by Professor Hidik.
Baik, terima kasih Pak Muhajir ya. Mungkin saya izin allow me to respond in bahasa Dr. Kamarul and Pak Aisce Hayat and colleagues from foreign students. Jadi gini Pak, saya sepakat ya Pak terkait dengan itu. Jadi kecenderungan kita membangun sekarang itu cenderung loose ya di penerapan aturan. Karena sebenarnya RT RW kita di awal-awal idenya semangatnya sudah benar. Kan? Artinya membenarkan ada pembangunan di kawasan yang berisiko tinggi tapi dengan kontrol kepadatan yang tinggi. Ya, tidak mudah diberikan izin dan seterusnya. Tetapi makin kemari Pak, semangat itu sudah sepertinya kabur. Mungkin kita bisa lihat sendiri nih sekarang bahwa banyak sekali jumlah bangunan baru itu kami. Jadi setiap tahun Pak kami tidak setiap tahun. Tadi yang saya perlihatkan 4 kali kami melakukan survei setiap bangunan Pak. Nah jumlah bangunan yang baru yang terbentuk setelah 2017 itu mayoritas merupakan bangunan-bangunan yang atau rumah yang dibangun oleh perusahaan real estate. Maknanya adalah itu sebenarnya kalau kontrolnya lebih mudah sebenarnya ya, karena kan pengurusan izin itu melibatkan perusahaan dan pemerintah kan gitu ya. Tapi saya nggak tahu nih Pak, kan Bapak yang di pemerintah. Di mana titiknya ketika perizinan pembangunan perumahan itu diberikan, itu saya nggak tahu ya. Kenapa kok harusnya itu kan turunkan juga kalau memang pemerintah misalnya komit dengan semangat Pak RT RW untuk mengontrol pembangunan di kawasan yang berisiko tinggi, maka perizinan rumah atau perumahan dengan skala besar itu harusnya tidak terjadi, kan gitu Pak ya. Nah yang lebih mengherankan saya lagi Pak, ada satu, saya tidak bisa sebut ya, satu sekolah unggul Pak, yang katanya akan dibangun lagi nih di sekitar Lampulo kan. Jadi saya juga heran kenapa anak-anak kita ini justru didorong ke wilayah yang berisiko tinggi kan. Apakah nggak ada solusi? Sebenarnya ada solusi, kalaupun harus terpaksa dibangun sana. Tapi yang kita khawatirkan adalah semakin hari itu semakin luntur ya semangatnya, semakin lemah. Mudah-mudahan ini dari menurut saya ini Pak ya, saya bisa salah ya. Perizinan ini ada di kabupaten, di kota mungkin Pak ya. Nah, mungkin dari kota Banda Aceh mungkin bisa mereview lagi, melihat lagi gimana sebenarnya misinya ini. Kenapa kok bisa jumlah rumah-rumah baru itu lebih banyak sekarang yang berada di kawasan yang bersih. Kalau rumahnya rumah pribadi Pak, menurut saya bisa paham ya. Maksudnya kan kalau ada orang yang tadinya tanahnya, kemudian dia bangun rumahnya sendiri ya, itu saya bisa mungkin sedikit memahami lah. Tapi kan kalau misalnya urusannya betul-betul bisnis seperti perumahan yang besar-besar ya, rasanya kenapa jadi dikasih izin gitu kan? Ini saya nggak tahu ini yang pakai. Itu jawab. Nah, pernah Pak satu kali kita, tapi ini kan supaya fair juga Pak ya. Satu kali kita buat FGD memang ya. Waktu itu saya masih di TDMC, kita menanyakan bagaimana kronologi pemberian izin dan seterusnya lah sampai jumlah bangunan. Jadi kan ada syarat Pak di RT RW itu bahwa ruang terbuka hijau itu harus 30% ya dari jumlah luas kota. Banda Aceh itu kan nggak sampai Pak 30% ya. Saya lupa 20-an, nggak sampai 20 mungkin ya. Apa 14% kalau saya nggak salah. Tetapi yang 14% itu pun itu kepemilikannya itu belum sepenuhnya dipunyai oleh pemerintah kota Banda Aceh. Jadi sebagiannya itu masih dalam akte dimiliki oleh individu-individu masyarakat. Yang saya dikasih tahu bahwa suatu hari terjadi protes lah dari masyarakat yang memiliki akte-akte ini mengatakan kepada pemerintah kota Banda Aceh, kalau pemerintah kota Banda Aceh mengatakan bahwa ini daerah ruang terbuka hijau, tidak boleh dibangun, beli, gitu ya, beli tanah kami, gitu ya. Kalau tidak, lepaskan dia dari 14% itu, kurangi persentasenya, sehingga kami bisa bangun. Nah, karena disuruh beli, pemerintah kota Banda Aceh nggak punya duit, itu ceritanya. Akhirnya pemerintah Banda Aceh mengalah, menurunkan dari 14% ke berapa persen saya lupa. Lucunya lagi, yang sekian persen yang dilepaskan ini bukan dibangun rumah pribadi, tapi dijual ke pengembang. Nah itulah akhirnya pengembang ini yang kemudian membangun rumah di kawasan. Jadi memang kalau kita cerita ini lingkarannya terlalu putar-putar ya. Tapi saya nggak tahu, mudah-mudahan Bapak yang di pemerintahan mungkin bisa membisikkan ke Bu Wali Kota ya, tahu Bu kan, sangat ini ya dengan kebencanaan. Kemudian beliau bisa sepakat ke depan udah di stop aja Pak izin-izin pengembang perumahan yang besar-besar ya. Kalau yang individu mungkin ya sudahlah, tapi kalau yang besar-besar yang ratusan bahkan ada yang sampai 300-an ya. Saya nggak tahu nih kalau ada di mahasiswa sempat misalnya ke daerah apa itu Lampisang, Lamdingin ya. Itu kan perumahannya lorongnya kecil-kecil ya. Jadi saya nggak bayangkan tuh keluar dari lorong itu ke jalan besarnya aja mungkin makan waktu 20 menit. Belum lagi kalau macet. Kalau semua keluar tuh orang rumahnya itu bersamaan kan, itu mungkin nggak sempat lari dari tsunami. Jadi itu baru satu, belum lagi yang di Aceh besar kan, kalau kita cerita Aceh besar kan. Jadi memang ini persoalan yang menurut saya harus ada kemauan dari pengambil keputusan. Karena kan kami dari kampus Pak, terus terang kami kan meneliti, memberikan rekomendasi, tapi kan yang mengeksekusikan bukan kami dari kampus ya. Tentu kalau diminta bantu kasih judgement ilmiah ya kita berikan ya. Tapi kalau misalnya mengeksekusi otoritasnya tentu saja di bawah Pak lah ya yang lebih berwenang. Tapi kami siap Pak kalau diminta bantu. Sama nih Pak Kadep ya. Kalau Pak dan Ibu ini. Terima kasih Pak.
Okay. So I think that's wrap up our session, and I would like to say very thank you and give applause to our keynote session. So Dr. Kamarul, Dr. Ezri Hayat, very much for joining us this until afternoon. So maybe I hope that our path will crossing again. So actually I already meet Dr. Kamarul and also Dr. Ezri Hayat in TDMRC as well actually. And also, Professor Samsidik, thank you for presentation. And that's wrap up our session. And I would like to excuse myself and give big MC. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you, Dr. Kamarul. See you.
Thank you for Mr. Adrian Ulza. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now entering the lunch and prayer break. Please be back in your seat by 1:30 p.m. so we can resume our next session on time. Thank you.
Tes tes. Tes tes. Tes. Tes tes tes. Kelas lain ada yang butuh mic nggak? Kelas lain ada yang butuh mic nggak? Seru. Tes tes.
think we can start. How about the presenter online? Are you ready? Hopefully, yeah, you are ready all. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Presenters and all the participants, good afternoon. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to session in the topic of civil engineering of Aceh International Symposium of Civil Engineering. My name is Nora Abdullah, and I'm honored to be your session moderator for this session. Before we begin, I will tell about the rule of our session today. So each presenter will give their presentation around 7 minutes, and there is a question and answer around 2 or 3 minutes. So the whole what we call the time for each presenter is around 10 minutes. We hope that we can control the time until the end with the good balance. Okay. Without further ado, please welcome Mr. Multazam Hutabarat with the paper title is Sugarcane Gassy Oil Bio Oil as an Asphalt Rejuvenator, Effect of Pyrolysis Temperature on Binder, Performance Restoration. Please, Mr. Multazam, the screen and floor is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you so much for the Aceh International Symposium on Civil Engineering 26 that has been given the opportunity for me to deliver my research. So this research is with the title Sugarcane Bagasse Bio Oil as an Asphalt Rejuvenator, Effect of the Pyrolysis Temperature on Binder Performance Restorations. This work has been done by myself, Multazam Hutabarat, and my co-author, Suapit Chamuan, under supervision of my advisor, Frida Chaturabong. My special acknowledgement for KMITL Doctoral Scholarship to fully support this study and Tipo Asphalt Company to facilitate advanced facilities for testing. Next. So here is my outline for today. The first one, I will start with the introduction and material methods. I will deliver my result and analysis, and also will be closing with the conclusions. Next. So the two biggest problem in the asphalt pavement nowadays, that the first one, we are dependent on the asphalt petroleum base. And also the next problem is the aging during the service life of the asphalt, causing the deteriorated performance from the extreme weather, traffic load, chemical change, which causing the asphalt become harder, brittle, and raffling structure failure. And the current focus that many researchers doing is the reclaimed asphalt pavement. This is the waste pavement which is increased rapidly in the nature. If we don't tackle this problem, it will make our asphalt keep layering up. And however, this RAP is considerably high potential to recycle, to reutilize. So and the rejuvenation is done through the physical mixings. The next one is the biorejuvenator applications. So in this research, I will introduce the biosource material to be applied for the pavement, the new pavement constructions. And the second one is the bio oil derived from the biomass is compatible with the asphalt. And in this research concept, I will try to introduce the double recycle approach, both from the asphalt pavement and also from the biomass to be converted into the bio oil. Next. So here are some literature review that I collect. The first one is the volume of H asphalt pavement keeps growing, creating additional pressure on already strained landfill system by Bochi 23. The next one is the utilizing RAP presents a compelling strategy to tackle the scarcity of petroleum-based asphalt by AB 23. Biomass is one of the main resources to produce the bio-oil through the pyrolysis by ZOO 24, and using RAP offers two main advantages such as economical advantage and also environmental benefits by Bagi 2016. Next. So my research objective is to explore the potential of the sugarcane bagasse oil to rejuvenate the H binder with the various temperature 200, 300, and 300 degrees Celsius to produce the bio-oil, and it will investigate the chemical, rheological, and coating properties of the rejuvenated asphalt. Next. Here are some of my methodology during my test. The first one is I collect the sugarcane bagasse from the night market to produce the bio-oil at some temperatures, and I will do the characterization with the GCMS. And also the neat binder that I collect from the asphalt company, I do the aging simulation in the laboratory scale to fractionate into the sera, and also I will blend, and then the chemical testing such as FTIR, and also the viscoelastic behavior testing from DSR and BBR, and also some additional testing from the boiling test to know the stripping percentage. Next. So here is my results. The first one is the H binder properties. As we can see, all the asphalt keep the color black even after the aging conditions. So there is no significant appearance difference between un-H and also the H binder. The next one is, as we can see from the second picture, the penetration of asphalt keep going down after the aging. However, the viscosity and the softening point keep increasing. In the next picture, we can see that the chemical balance of the asphalt changing after the aging in the surface life. Next. Here is some chemical compounds from the bio-oil that I have done. The first, all the bio-oil compounds consist a major proportion of the phenolic, which is good for the antioxidant and also solvent to penetrate the hardened asphalt. And some chemical compound which is considerably important is furans and pyranones. However, large percentage is risk for the volatilizations, and some other chemical compounds are seen in the table. Next. Here is how the whole concept of the research are look like by the when asphalt aging, it will lose some chemical compounds like the asphalt, like the aromatic. However, the asphaltene keep increasing, and the bio-oil rejuvenation is introduced. The more aromatic, however, we cannot mitigate perfectly for the asphaltene itself. Next. And from the FTIR analysis, we can see that the bio-oil and asphalt are compatible while mixing. And this is the main point of this research, where the asphalt, H asphalt is hard, and after adding the bio-oil, it becomes softened, as we can see from the both figures, where the values of the asphalt shifting down and shifting up closer to the neat binder. Next. And the rotting resistance. The rotting resistance is related to the heavy traffic load. And in these pictures, we can see that the H binder become prone to the rotting. However, introducing the bio-oil, improving the rotting resistance more than before. Next. For the fatigue resistance is caused by the repeated traffic load. And in here, only the bio-oil with from 300 degrees Celsius performs significantly outstanding than other two materials. Next. And from the bending beam rheometer analysis, we can see that the all binder performs similarly, uniformly to at the temperature minus 18 degrees Celsius fail to tackle the thermal cracking failure. Next. This is the additional testing here, which is the boiling test, which I use the visual observation because limited references. Next. And then this is the percentage of losing the coating capability of the asphalt itself, where bio-oil possessing the lowest stripping percentage, indicating the better bio-oil to rejuvenate the asphalt. Next. So the conclusion is the aging both during mixing and surface life significantly reduce the performance. And the second one, introduction the bio-oil as a rejuvenating agent to soften edge binder containing large percentage of some desired compounds, and then the compatibility from the FTIR and the reduction of the stiffness from the master curve confirm that the bio-oil from temperature 400 degrees Celsius demonstrating the outstanding capability. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for Mr. Multazam Hutabarat. Maybe there is a question from the participant. Please, if you have a question for Mr. Multazam. Okay. If no question, I will ask one question about the rheology. Rheology, yeah. What type of rheology you try to analyze in this?
Okay, the rheological testing that I've been done here is to investigate the viscous and elastic behavior from the asphalt. So I show from the master curve before, where adding the bio-oil in producing the chemical component named phenol, which is working as the antioxidant, make the asphalt from the field soften after the adding the bio-oil. So, but however, we still have the problem when it comes bio-oil is easy to volatile. So in the future, I will try to do more research about the hybrid rejuvenator. So not only to soften, but also to tackle the oxidation.
Thank you very much for your answer. Let us give another applause for Mr. Multazam. Okay, we will continue with the paper ID 46 with the title is the strengthening effect of NSM GFRP bars on the RC beam flexural behavior. Please, Ms. Sarah
Yes.
to give presentation around 7 minutes and then
Yes, I am here.
Yeah. Please, the screen is yours.
Assalamu alaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
My research named the strengthening effect of an SMGFRB bar on the reinforced concrete beam behavior. For introduction, strengthening damaged reinforced concrete is important for mitigating deterioration resulting from inadequate design, poor construction quality, increased loading, and adverse environmental conditions. Replacing or deficient reinforced concrete structure is generally time-consuming and resource-demanding. In contrast, strengthening provides a more economical and sustainable means for extending the surface life of reinforced concrete elements. The near surface-mounted NSM fiber-reinforced polymer FRB technique is widely recognized as an effective method for improving the shear and flexural strength of reinforced concrete member. This approach
Excuse me, Ms. Sarah. The operator still try to find the file so we can see PPT.
Demanding minimal surface progression and installation time, glass fiber reinforced polymer has become preferred material for structural strengthening and reinforcement, providing benefits over traditional steel and other FRB systems such as carbon fiber reinforced polymer and external steel plate. Many of researchers study in the using the NSM system using FRB bar. They studying more experimental and numerical work in the NSM using FRB bar such as D Lizard and NAMI and also Al Muslim and Cherky et al. And D Lizard and NAMI 2001. They studied and researched in the reinforced concrete beam using NSM system. For the experimental work, the detail of specimen in this study, a plan of forecasting experimental solid beam, cylindrical cubes, and prism. The solid reinforced concrete beam, as shown in figure, is simply supported, and the dimension of the beam is explained in this figure, dimension and also the steel reinforcement details. The experimental work included 4 specimens of reinforced concrete beam. The symbol B0, BS1, BS2, and BS3. The BS1, the reinforced concrete beam, was subjected to applied load until failure and without strengthening to be used as a control specimen. BS1 reinforced concrete beam contained 1 bar of an SM GFRB reinforcement at the bottom of the beam. The BS2 containing 2 bars of an SM GFRB reinforcement at the bottom of the beam, and BS3 is the containing 3 bar of an SM reinforcement at the bottom of the beam. The near and this figure explain the near surface mounted steps. It's included the making a groove in the phase tension of the reinforced concrete beam and partially filled with the epoxy according to the manufacturing structure. Glass fiber reinforced polymer bar with a diameter of 10 millimeter were inserted into the groove. Additional epoxy were applied to ensure complete bonding to the surrounding concrete. All testing procedure followed relevant ASTM standard. And this photo explains the steps for experimental work to applying the NSM system. For a loading procedure, this is device using for test the assembly supported beam. All 4 specimens in the same loading to get the load, applied load, and mid-span deflection. We use the dial gauge in the middle of the beam. The result and discussion, as shown in this figure, we have 4 specimens of the beam. The strengthening beam showed gradual improvement in the strength with the number of GFRB bar, whereas the control beam B0 had the lowest ultimate load capacity, the GFRB bar extra tensile reinforcement, which increased resistance to tensile stresses within the tension zone. Is that caused the rise in ultimate load because there was a greater reinforcement surface available for stress transfer when 3 GFRB bar instead of only 1. The strengthening effect becomes more pronounced. This table explains the results for all the beam specimens. It contains on load and deflection in mid-span deflection and explain the results for each beam specimen. Load deflection response: when 1 or 2 glass fiber reinforced polymer bar were employed, the ultimate load capacity gradually increased. However, when 3 GFRB bar were utilized, the load capacity decreased. 1, 2, or 3 GFRB bar were uniformly spaced across the tension phase width for the strengthening specimen. The extra tensile reinforcement in the tension zone is responsible for the enhancement performance in specimen reinforced with 1 or 2 GFRB bars. Stiffness and load carrying capacity increased because GFRB decreased the crack width and postponed the internal steel reinforcement yielding. The strengthening system was able to operate well because the link between the GFRB bar, epoxy, adhesive, and surrounding a concrete was strong enough to guarantee efficient stress transmission. In construct, the ultimate load of the specimen reinforced with 3 GFRB bar was lower than that of the specimen reinforcement with 2 bar. There are multiple reasons for this decrease. First, the bond strain and the GFRB, epoxy, and concrete contact rose as the number of GFRB bar grew. The GFRB bar may have permanently debonded or slipped since the variable bonding surface did not grow proportionately, which would have limited the use of their tensile potential. Second, the 3 GFRB bar near proximity to one another caused stress interaction, which decreased each bar's efficiency. The additional reinforcement effective contributed was constrained by this stress overlap. Furthermore, the added GFRB reinforcement increased flexural capacity might have changed the controlling failure mode from flexural to shear or concrete crushing in the compression zone. This shift in the failure mode may have resulted in early failure at lower load level because the beam's shear capacity was not enhanced. These results imply that there is an ideal quality of the effectiveness of additional GFRB bar declarance beyond this ideal level because of bond constraint, stress interaction, and possible change in failure mode. The failure mode, a typical flexural crack pattern, was seen in the control beam. This photo explains the failure mode for all beam specimen. The PS0 flexural failure with concrete crushing, PS1 flexural failure after GFRB contribution, and flexural failure with highest strengthening efficiency. This is all type of the failure mode. A typical flexural crack pattern was seen in the control B0 as the load rose. The first crack appeared in the tension zone at the bottom face within the constant moment region and separate vertically toward the compression zone. The quantity and width of flexural crack gradually increased with additional loading. Concrete was crushed in the compression zone after would separate mid-span cracking, which was caused by flexural motion. Compared to the strengthening beam, the ones without GFRB strengthening had a lower ultimate load capacity. The conclusion of this experimental result, the concrete exhibited average compressive splitting tensile and flexural strength of 40 megapascal, 2.84 megapascal, and 3.55 megapascal respectively, indicating satisfactory mechanical properties. Number 2, the NSM-GFRB strengthening technique significantly enhanced the flexural performance of reinforced concrete beam compared to the control beam. The ultimate load for PS1, PS2, and PS3 increased to 168 kN, 170, and 160 kN respectively, compared to 155 kN for the control beam. PS2 demonstrated the highest strengthening efficiency with an ultimate load increase of approximately 9.7% over the control beam, and enhanced stiffness and improved post-cracking behavior in the reinforced beam resulted in superior load carrying capacity. Recommendation from these experimental findings: it's recommended to optimize the number of the GFRB bar because too much reinforcement can lead to early debonding and reduce strengthening effectiveness. Keep suitable distance between GFRB bar to lessen stress interaction. Tri-beam column joint reinforcement with NSM GFRB bar under seismic loading circumstances required more investigation, and create numerical investigation to compare with experimental investigation in the same study. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Sarah. Let us give the applause for Ms. Sarah for presentation. A very insightful presentation. Is there any question from participants, please? If you have a question for Ms. Sarah. Okay, maybe I will ask one question about the cracking on the bottom of the beam.
Yes.
Is it because of the not thick enough the concrete cover, or is there any other problem with that?
Yes, the crack of the beam, it's depend on the strengthening of the beam. It's depend on the strengthening in the beam. When we use the 1 bar or 2 or 3, the behavior is different from the dependent on the number of GFRB bar used in the beam. So the debonding and debonding crack and huge crack is appear when we use 3 of GFRB bar. The result explain that is increased in strengthening. So the 2 of the GFRB bar is acceptable for this study.
Okay. So if we use 3 bars, that can reduce the strength as well, and
Yes.
also create the what we call the
reduce the ultimate load.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you for your answer.
Thank you.
We give another applause for Ms. Sarah. Thank you. We will continue with the paper ID 49, paper title, Shear Capacity of Reinforced Concrete T-beams Strengthened with Externally Bonded CFRP using CFRP anchors. Please, Ms. Arita Asrianur, the screen and floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Today I'm honored to present our research entitled Shear Capacity of Reinforced Concrete T-beams Strengthened with Externally Bonded CFRP using CFRP anchors. This study was conducted by our team, myself, Arita Asrianur, alongside with Mr. Randy Tamrin, Mr. Sabril Haris, and Mr. Rudy Kurniawan, and from Andalas University. And without further ado, let us begin with the background and the main problems driving this research. As we know, dissection beams are widely used in modern infrastructure, such as high-rise buildings and bridges. And this design is highly efficient in resisting bending moments because it utilizes the floor slab components directly as compression flanges. And however, over time, existing infrastructure often experiences structural capacity degradation due to aging, increased loads, and environmental factors. And among the various potential failure modes, shear failure represents our most critical focus. Its failure characteristics are highly brittle, occurring suddenly and catastrophically without any prior warning signs. Consequently, reinforced concrete beam structures suffering from shear deficiencies demands immediate rehabilitation. To address this, externally bonded CFRP has emerged as the premier choice in the field, offering an exceptional strength to weight ratio combined with outstanding durability against corrosion. Although externally bonded CFRP is highly effective, its application to T-beams geometries is strictly limited by physical constraints. As illustrated in this slide, the monolithic integration of the floor slab at the top blocks us from performing a full wrapping scheme. Consequently, the only feasible and practical shear strengthening method is the three-sided or U-wrap configuration. However, the critical vulnerability of this method is the system's susceptibility to perimeter debonding. Under high shear stresses, the CFRP strips tend to detach from the concrete substrate at the free terminates long
Maybe Miss Arina has problem with the connection. We will continue with Mr. Muhammad Hafiz. Okay. The
Tes. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam.
I'm sorry because
There is
I have
problem with
some
internet?
problems.
Okay.
Yes.
Maybe you can continue, I think.
Okay. Okay, continue my presentation. So, So, so we have to use anchor to, we have to installing mechanical CFRP anchors to mitigate the debonding by resisting tensile forces at the free ends and delaying structural failure. And this is the setup loading and all of materials in all of a specimen in the study with material properties. And we for analytical study, we also conducted analytical studies to validate the cross-sectional behavior. The theoretical flexural capacity evaluation of the T-beam was calculated using the layered element method with RCCSA program. And moving on to the result and discussion section, this visualization shows the failure conditions of the control beam, and the control beam experienced a very typical brittle shear failure. The failure was dominated by a single very wide diagonal crack propagating from the loading point across the web directly to the beam support. And capacity was only 57 kilonewtons with a minimum deflection of 5 millimeter. And next are the test result of on the FON specimens, which consists of beams strengthened with CFRP reps but without anchors. All three specimens experienced sudden brittle shear failure initiated by diagonal cracks in the shear span. And the main diagonal crack then deflected and propagated horizontally right at the flange web interface. Although the CFRP strips were able to resist crack propagation in the concrete web, their effectiveness was severely limited by bonding failure in the form of premature debonding. And significantly different behavior was demonstrated by the FUA specimens using CFRP anchors. The presence of anchors was proven to change the stress transfer mechanism at the interface by preventing the separation of the CFRP sheets at their free ends. And this successfully delayed the debonding process, allowing the CFRP material to mobilize a much higher tensile capacity before the lamination occurred at the fan anchor. And impressively, in the FUA1 specimen, with the tightest strip spacing, this anchor system successfully transformed the failure mode from brittle shear to ductile strength behavior, marked by the achievement of yield in the longitudinal steel reinforcement, which we can see on this shear force deflection curve. Observing the shear force and deflection curves, we can see a highly consistent trend regarding the impact of the anchorage system. The control specimen and the FON specimens experience a sudden and sharp drop in shear force capacity immediately after reaching their peak, which was primarily driven by brittle bond failure. In contrast with FUA specimens, the anchored FUA specimens consistently achieve significantly higher ultimate loads. Furthermore, the anchor installation successfully extended the post-peak deflection curve across all strip spacing variations, allowing the structural response to closely approach the theoretical flexural capacity of the section. And the experimental data and graphs reveal key insights that constitute the novelty of this research. First, the application of externally bonded CFRP configuration as a shear strengthening system increases the ultimate load by 16% and to 100% compared to the control load. Second, the effectiveness of this anchorage system is significantly influenced by the geometric parameters of the interstrip spacing. Testing demonstrates that the narrowest strip spacing configuration of 115 millimeter yields the maximum increase in shear capacity. As a conclusion to this presentation, several important points can be summarized. That external strengthening with CFRP strip significantly increased the ultimate load capacity of the T-beam by 60% to 100% compared to the unstrengthened control beam. And the integration of CFRP anchors proved significantly more efficient than the anchorless system due to its ability to resist premature debonding. And the spacing between CFRP strips significantly influenced the effectiveness of the strengthening system, with the smallest spacing providing the highest increase in shear capacity. And the combination of mechanical anchors and the tightest spacing successfully transformed the failure mode from brittle to strength governed, characterized by the achievement of yielding in the longitudinal steel reinforcement before the beam collapse. That concludes our research findings. Thank you for your attention. I'll return the discussion to the moderator. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for Ms. Arita. Very interesting research about the anchor. Yeah. Okay, we continue to the question and answer. Is there any question from participant about the Miss Arina research? Arita, sorry, Arita research. For the anchor? Okay, maybe I will ask one question about this research. Is it very interesting about the pen anchor? Is it manufactured in factory or handmade? Because usually the anchor is just like bar, isn't it? So there is some kind of fan, yeah, that can handle or grab the fiber.
Yes, this anchor was manufactured by supplier FRP supplier. Sorry.
Okay, so they already sell that, so we can buy, isn't it?
No, we do the design of anchor and we show it to the company, FRP company. So they manufacture the anchor, then kami menerimanya sesuai desain yang kami berikan gitu. Sorry.
Okay. So kalau menurut saya bisa dijadikan ini ya, apa namanya, kayak hak paten ya untuk anchor ini ya, karena didesain oleh Bu Arita dan tim gitu.
Karena sesuai geometri penampang baloknya kan Ibu.
Baik. Berarti nanti bisa dijadikan paten ya angkarnya ya. Jadi sangat menarik. Thank you for Miss Arita. Let Miss Arita applause for her presentation. Thank you, Miss Arita. We will continue to the next presenter, paper ID number 55, paper title, Finite Element Analysis of Lectural Strength in Plus and Extended End Plate Connection of Varying Thickness. Please, Mr. Muhammad Hafid Akbar to give presentation.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I would like to say thank you to Ms. Nora Abdullah who gave me an opportunity to presentate my research, final element analysis of fracture strength in flash and extended end plate connections of varying thickness. This research was carried out by me, Muhammad Aisce Akbar, Arif Panjaitan, Budi Hayati, and Masaru Shimizu. An end plate connection is a semi-rigid beam to column joint that is widely utilized due to its ease of fabrication and installation. According to Aisce 2016, this connection's configuration is capable of transferring substantial moments while simultaneously transmitting shear forces. In practice, these connections are typically classified into two main configurations, such as flash end plates and extended end plates. In this research, there were four objectives. The first one is to determine the numerical bending moment capacity of flash and extended end plate. The second one is to calculate the theoretical bending moment capacity of both connection. And the third one is to evaluate the effectiveness of plate thicknesses variation in increasing the bending capacity of the connection. And the last one, fourth one, is to identify the failure modes in both connection types resulting from the varying plate thicknesses. And then for the research gap, there is a knowledge gap regarding the optimum point of the effectiveness for the end plate thickening. Increasing plate thickness might not always have a linear correlation with increased bending capacity. This research fills the gap by determining the limit of this effectiveness for the failure mechanism shift to other components such as bolts or the steel beam or column itself. So for the flash end plate connection are simple, economical and easy to fabricate. Despite their limited moment capacity, they are ideal for medium duty needs in small scale or renovation projects. And then for the extended end plate connection with haunch, increased bending capacity and moment arm by placing extra bolts beyond the beam flange. Due to their high performance, they are widely used in multi-story, heavy industrial and seismic resistant structures. So for this research, there was a research limitation. The software that we got to use is Abacus CAE, that is a final element analysis software. And then the beam that we're going to use is the build-up section with dimension of 500 times 200 times 16 times 10 millimeters. And then the end plate thicknesses is 20 millimeters and 40 millimeters. And then the loading story is static monotonic. And then for the bolt diameters, we're going to use is 25 millimeters, and the haunch length is 140 millimeters. The number of bolts is 4 and 6 bolts, and the beam length is 500 millimeters. So for the numerical testing was conducted by applying monotonic static displacement control load at a distance of 460 millimeters from the face of the end plate. To observe the structural response that occurs, observation points were placed at 3 critical locations, namely TP1 on the wet plate, TP2 on the flange, and TP3 on the end plate. So there was 3 model. The one is namely EVP1 that have 4 bolts with 20 thickness, and then EVP2 with 4 bolts and 40 millimeters end plate thickness, and then the last one is EVP1 with a 6 bolt and 20 millimeters thickness of end plate. So after we conducting a final element analysis, we can actually conclude that EVP1 have more gain. With the displacement on the end plate is 0.0665, and the displacement on the bottom of the flange is 41.2 millimeters, and on the end plate is 9.29 millimeters. So we can actually see that the EEP1 gain more elastic and inelastic stiffness. So we can actually see for the failure mode, for the EPP1, we can see above the end plate, there was a major pry action that occurs on the end plate because the thickness of the end plate was very thin enough to make the end plate make a prying action or prying force. So this one is for the FEP2 with thickness of the end plate is 40 millimeters. There was almost no prying action because it was cancelled out by increasing the thickness of the end plate. So for the EP1, we can actually see that there was almost no prying action because it was confined by the haunch on top of the end plate. So for the conclusion, there was three conclusions. The first one is extending the end plate is significantly more effective than merely increasing the plate thickness, yielding a 65% increasing in ultimate capacity compared to 30%. The second one is the EP1 configuration improved in elastic stiffness by 66% and limited plate separation to 9.29 millimeters, successfully mitigating severe flexion, distortion, and prying. And the last one is analysis via the transform area method confirms that failure is driven by bolt tensile rupture due to prying force, proving that a geometric extension is more effective than increasing the plate thicknesses. That's it. Give it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Habib. Is there any question from participants for Mr. Habib? Please, if you have one. Also from maybe from the Zoom meeting. Is there any question for Mr. Habib? Okay, there is no question from the audience or participants. I will ask about the connection between, or maybe contact interaction between the end plate and the bolt, maybe the column flange. What kind of the properties between that two that you use in this model?
So actually, we use the friction coefficient for the flange and the column flange and the end plate. So we input the coefficient of 0.22 because it was a friction coefficient we're gonna use in this model.
For steel.
Yeah, for steel. Yeah.
Okay, I think we finished with Mr. Muhammad Habib. We can give applause for Mr. Thank you very much for your very insightful presentation. We will continue with paper ID 6. The paper title is Effect of Multiple Openings and Longitudinal Reinforcement Ratio on the Shear Capacity of Reinforced Concrete. Please, Mr. Taufik, the screen. Or maybe the teammate of Mr. Taufik. Yeah, because Mr. Taufik is not coming yet, we continue to paper ID 60 with the paper title Strengthening and Cost Analysis of Four-Story Building Using the Concrete Jacketing Method. We ask Ms. Dara Aulia Ulfa for giving the presentation. The screen and floor is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone. I will, first of all, let me introduce myself. I'm Dara Aulia Ulfa from Department Civil Engineering from Sheffield University. Today, I will present my research presentation. The title, Strengthening and Cost Analysis of Four-Story Building Using the Concrete Jacketing Method. This research conducted by supervision Abdullah and Mubarak. Next. Here's outline presentation. I will begin by introduction, methodology, result, and conclusion. Here's the background is research. This research focused on repurposing a hotel into a hospital. As we know, it is situated in the intersection of the Aceh Andaman megathrust capable of generating a 9.2 magnitude earthquake in the Sumatra Fault, making it highly vulnerable to earthquakes and tsunamis. This urgency is underscored by a 2023 structural assessment report from the Structural Engineering Laboratory team at Sheffield University, which revealed that the first floor columns are unsafe sand loads. Given that lower level columns are the most vital components supporting the entire structure, retrofitting is imperative to mitigate the risk of progressive collapse. Cost analysis was performed to estimate the material and labor requirement, providing the total budget needed to implement the concrete jacketing method. From these shown is these tables. Here's Kartalenggi, Kencanawati, and Murtiadi 2018 with resource title Assessment of Structural Damage and Rehabilitation of Buildings After the 2018 Lombok Earthquake. With a result, concrete jacketing increased the column shear capacity by 7.16%, demonstrating its effectiveness as a rehabilitation method. There's query 2020 selection of with title research title selection of repairs and strengthening methods for columns damaged by earthquakes. With a result, among the evaluated strengthening methods, concrete jacketing provided the best balance between structural performance and cost, while FRP was the most expensive option. The study aims to analyze the increase in axial and shear capacity before and after column strengthening, while simultaneously evaluating the cost efficiency of the construction budget plan based on regional unit price standard. The study area, existing building location is 88 Hotel Kuta Alam Banda Aceh. Data source we use is assessment report and shop drawing. For structural design and analysis, we use national standard 1727 about minimum design loads and association criteria for buildings and structure. And from cost estimation, we use according to the 2026 Aceh Provincial Governor's Decree on Standard Unit Prices. In this research, we plan to enlarging existing with dimension 300 by 400 millimeters to 400 by 500 millimeters, and for compressive strength of 20.75 MPa to 25 MPa, and edit for the 16 and 10 millimeters diameter stirrups at 150 spacing. And for reinforcement, yield compressive strength yield of 280 MPa to 420 MPa. Based on this figure, the concrete jacket works in the three phases: preparation works, structural retrofit, and finishing. The preparation work scope is includes shoring installation, shaping column. For structural retrofit, scope is foam work installation, reinforcement fabrication, and concrete pouring. And for finishing, includes concrete curing. Cost evaluation, this table summarizes the estimate cost of the proposed concrete jacketing strengthening based on material and labor requirement. The result, existing column capacity for axial capacity, we have 103,078.43 kilonewtons, and shear capacity lower than 105,094.3 kilonewton, and for shear capacity we have 1,007.045 kilonewton, lower than 173.88 kilonewton. For the concrete jacketing column after strengthening, we have axial capacity to 2,525.22 kilonewton, and for shear capacity 324.98 kilonewton. Structural capacity improvement after concrete jacketing, we have improvement axial capacity by 83.19%, and for shear capacity by 203.6%. This is comparison of column capacity enhancement. The chart is illustrated improvement after concrete jacketing between existing and concrete jacketing method. In conclusion, the proposed concrete jacketing method effectively enhanced the column's structural performance, increasing the axial capacity by 83.19% and the shear capacity by 203.6%. The estimated implementation cost was 4,649,134 Indonesia rupiah, demonstrating the practicality of the proposed strengthening method. Thank you for the time and kind attention.
Thank you very much for this. Sarah. Okay, is there any question from participants or audience in the Zoom meeting? Is there a question, please? No question? Okay, I have to give one question to you. Why you just choose the color as the element that you want to do the red, not the pin column two?
Because based on the assessment report, the column is unsafe.
Check the pin column two whether it's also strong enough. So check the column and also B. Thank you very much. Okay, that's the end of the presentation from Ms. Dara. Please give applause for her. Okay, we have the last presenter. The paper title is Characteristic of Tsunami Wave Height and Indentation on a Physical Model Slope with a Topposide Slope. Presenter's name is Mr. Andika Kumar. This the time and he still has a problem about the presenting the PPT. We still wait for a moment. Thank you.
Good afternoon for everyone, and thank you for Mr. Nora for the chance. Uh, for this afternoon, I will to tell you about my research with the title is characteristic of the tsunami wave height in Indonesia based on the physical model with a composite fluid. Next. Let's talk about the introduction of this research. We know the tsunami is nearly close to us. because from the history in 2024 is make important to us to know about the history, because the history is much more impactful for us about humanity and etc. Let's talk about the physical modeling and how physical modeling is more important to know. The physical modeling is to know because we know the reality in the history give us about historical the disaster of the tsunami. That's all. And then the physical modeling make us make a small from the reality in the world that we know. And then the tsunami film is the tsunami film in this research is bigger from the all of the we know. The tsunami film in the TDMRC is the first one in the Sumatra we have in more the machine in that tsunami film. Thank you. Next. Let's talk about the research location. Research location is at the TDM Tsunami and Disaster Mitigation Research Center, or TDM RC in Banda Aceh City. Next, please. Tsunami wave film. Tsunami wave film in the TDM RC is the physical model are generated using the tsunami wave film with measure 16 meter in length, 20 meter in wide, and 1.7 meter in height. Its apparatus is divided into 4 systems. The first one is tsunami generator. The second one, the wave generator. The third one is wind generator, and the fourth one is the current generator. Please next. Modeling slope we build in this research is we give them 3 parts. The first part is the one with the 15 angle with the characteristic slope range from the gentle to steep, and this part 2 with the 1 degree angle with the characteristic the slope is relatively flat or nearly level, and the part 3 is the really flat. Next. From the physical model we know, because is this a tsunami research from this page we know from this research we have pressure tank and slope, and for the sensor we have 7 sensor, and we use the wave gauge from sensor, and then from the test scenario for a physical model in tsunami film we have 2 parameters. The first one is valve speed open, and the second one is water level in the pressure tank. For the valve open speed, we have 3. This is 10 degrees per second, 15 degrees per second, and 20 degrees per second. For the water level in the pressure tank, we have 1.5, 1.6, 0.7, until 2.6 meter. Next. This is the result from the wave height max. This is we know in the 3 page is a wave height in a sensor with gate 3 and 4 in display with the valve speed 10 second degree, 15 second degree per second, and 20 second degree per second. Next. The results show the valve speed of the 15 degree per second yields is higher maximum water height to compare to the other valve speed. This result also indicated the faster valve opening doesn't result in higher wave height. The maximum wave height as determined by the tank water level result in fluctuating height.
A comparison of the three images above suggests that the relation between wave height and tank water level appears to have a significant impact on the result Y. Next. This is a result from the arrival time max with a fall speed 10 degree per second, 15 degree per second, and 20 degree per second. Next. The arrival time result indicate the higher file speed have an impact on a maximum arrival time. The maximum arrival time results show that the consistent in tank water level for a false opening speed for 10 degree per second tends to be more stable compared to the other false opening speed. Although the readings are inherently fluctuating for each opening, the difference are very apparent when compared. Next. Okay, this is end of my presentation, and I will go back to you, Mrs. Nora. Thank you. In the pressure tank doesn't have slope because the opening from the pressure tank until the slope is more nearly 26 or 25 meter wide. So this is when the tsunami is open, this go through the flow until the slope, and then we have to show about the wave height and whatever we can do about that tsunami generator have gonna do. No, it doesn't. Just flat. Oh no, in the picture is not a slope, but this pedal from wave generator. But the picture we gonna doesn't have delete, but so we're gonna show it about. From the research is slope is gonna make an impact from the wave height, but we don't talk about that. But we do is a parameter in the high water level is gonna make more impact or not to the wave height or to the arrival time max. Okay, thank you, Mrs. Nora.
Ladies and gentlemen, also participant and audience, this brings us to the end of the session. Thank you for all of you for your participation and also engaging all the maybe not question but also your attending here is very good for us as the Aisce team. Yeah, it's very good with your participation today. Have a wonderful rest of the day at the conference for all of you. I hope to see you again at the end of at the next. Sorry, there is another presenter that will give presentation. Okay, we have another one, another presenter in Zoom. For Miss Alesha Rabibah, we give your time and screen. Please give your presentation. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for moderator for the opportunity. My name is Aisce from the Master Program in Civil Engineering, Universitas Syah Kuala. Today I will present my research entitled Shoreline Change Associated with Revetment Construction along the Ujung Karang Coast, West Aceh, Indonesia. This study discussed shoreline change along the Ujung Karang Coast, which directly face the Samudra Indian Ocean. Coastal erosion in this area is an important issue for coastal protection and infrastructure resilience. In this presentation, I will explain the background, study area, methods, result, and conclusion of the research. Coastal area are very dynamic. They are affected by wave, tides, and sediment transport. Because of this process, can cause shoreline erosion and aggression over time. In Indonesia, the west coast of Aceh is directly exposed to the Indian Ocean. This makes the coastline vulnerable to high wave energy, especially from the west and southwest direction. The condition became more critical after the 2004 Indian Ocean tsunami, which caused significant coastal morphological change and long-term instability along several parts of the West Aceh. Ujung Karang is one of the coastal areas that has continued to experience erosion. To reduce shoreline retreat, tetrapod armored revetments were constructed in stage from 2013 to 2024. Therefore, this study evaluates how the shoreline at Ujung Karang changed before and after revetment construction. These slides summarize several previous studies related to shoreline change analysis and coastal protection structure. Most studies use remote sensing and digital shoreline analysis system to measure erosion and aggression rates along different coastlines. Previous research showed that coastal protection structure, such as revetment, can reduce erosion in protected area. However, their effects are not always uniform because shoreline response can still vary depending on coastal morphology, sediment transport, and the structure. Based on this study, this research focused specifically on the Ujung Karang coast to evaluate shoreline change before and after stage revetment construction. This slide presents the problem and objective of the study. Previous studies show that revetments can reduce erosion, but the effect can be different from one coastal area to another. Most studies analyze shoreline change in one continuous period, without clearly comparing the condition before and after construction. So, the gap of this study is to compare shoreline change before and after stage revetment construction at Ujung Karang. The objective is to evaluate shoreline dynamics in Ujung Karang using Landsat, Sentinel-2, and digital shoreline analysis system. This slide presents the location of the study area. The study was conducted at the Ujung Karang coast in West Aceh, Indonesia. This area directly faces in Indian Ocean, so it is exposed to strong wave action. The coastal plain is also relatively gentle, which makes the shoreline more sensitive to erosion. Revetment structures were built in stage from 2013 to 2024 to reduce coastal erosion. Therefore, this area was selected to evaluate shoreline change before and after revetment construction. This slide show the satellite data used in this research. I used 16 satellite image from 2010 to 2025. The period from 2010 to 2012 represent the condition before revetment construction, while 2013 to 2025 represent the condition after construction. This slide show the workflow of the research. The process start from satellite image collection, then NDVI was used to separate land and water area. After that, the shoreline was digitized and checked through validation and uncertainty assessment. The final shoreline data were analyzed using digital shoreline analysis system. In this analysis, I used 3 parameters. These parameters were used to measure shoreline movement, erosion rate, and accretion rate. Finally, the results were used to evaluate the shoreline response before and after revetment construction. This slide shows the NDVI process for shoreline extraction. I used the green and near-infrared bands from Landsat and Sentinel-2 image. These bands were selected because water and land have different reflectance value. Water is usually clear in the green band, while land and vegetation are stronger in the near-infrared band. Therefore, NDVI helps separate water and land. After calculate NDVI, the boundary between land and water was used to extract the shoreline. After calculate the NDVI, the next step was to define the area of interest. The area of interest was used to limit the analysis only the Ujung Karang coastal area, so the processing became more focused and spatially consistent. Then NDVI thresholding was applied to separate land and water area. Based on threshold rule, NDVI value below 0 were classified as land, while value above 0 were classified as water. After that, the classification process, the raster result was converted into vector polygons. These polygons represented land and water area, and they were used as the basic for shoreline digitation. In this stage, automatic tracing was used for clear and continuous shoreline boundaries, while manual digitization was applied in more complex areas such as coastal structure. Then all shoreline were stored in a geodatabase with 2 main attributes. After that, I create a baseline parallel to the coastline. Transect were then generated perpendicular to the shoreline with spacing of 75 meters. These transects were used in digital shoreline analysis system to calculate shoreline change. For the analysis, I used the SIS version 6 to calculate shoreline change. 2 parameters were used. Endpoint rate compares the oldest and the newest shoreline to calculate the rate of change, and linear regression rate use all shoreline position over time, so it gives a more stable trend. In this analysis, negative value mean erosion or shoreline retreat, positive values mean accretion or shoreline advance, and results were then classified into 7 categories from severe erosion to severe accretion. Before analysis shoreline change, I estimate the positional uncertainty of each shoreline. This is important because the data came from different satellite sensors with a different spatial resolution. The uncertainty includes georeferencing error, pixel resolution, tidal effect, and digitization error. All components were combined using the root sum square method to get the total uncertainty. The results show that Landsat has higher uncertainty than Sentinel-2A because Landsat has lower spatial resolution. Therefore, small shoreline change should be interpreted carefully. Now I will explain the main result. Before the revetment was built, the Ujung Karang shoreline was dominated by erosion. Some transects were even classified as severe erosion. After the revetment construction, the erosion became more moderate. The shoreline pattern also became more balanced between erosion and accretion. The average erosion rate decreased from -6.2 meters per year to minus 0.69 meters per year. This means that shoreline retreat was clearly reduced after the revetment construction. However, some local shoreline change still occurred, so the revetment didn't completely stop shoreline movement. The shoreline overlay show the position of the shoreline in 2010, 2013, and 2025. Near the revetment, the shoreline became more stable because the shoreline positions are closer together. However, some change still occurred in areas farther from the protected section. This show that the revetment's effect is local, not uniform along the entire shoreline. The jetty may also affect sediment movement in the eastern part of the study area, so the shoreline change in Ujung Karang is influenced by both coastal structure and local coastal morphology. Before the conclusion, I would like to explain the study limitation. First, the shoreline data came from satellite image with different resolution. Landsat has this may affect shoreline accuracy. Second, this study not include detailed field measurements of beach morphology or sediment characteristic. Therefore, the findings show an association between revetment construction and better shoreline stability, but not direct proof of causality. In conclusion, the shoreline in Ujung Karang changed clearly before and after the revetment construction. Before construction, erosion was stronger. After construction, the erosion rate decreased from minus 6.22 meters per year and minus 0.69 meter per year. This means that shoreline retreat became lower after the revetment was built. The revetment helped improve local shoreline stability, but the effect was not the same along the entire coast. So, continuous monitoring still need to evaluate the long-term performance of the revetment. Thank you very much for your attention. I also would like to thank the moderator. I welcome any questions, comments, or suggestions. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Ms. Aisce, for your presentation. It's very interesting. Is there any question from the participant? Okay. Ms. Aisce, to know about the resolution of the image quality. Is there any suggestion from you whether next time maybe if there is another researcher that want to doing the same thing with what you do, what we can do, yeah? Because the image we get from satellite, isn't it? So how to get the good quality of image? Ms. Aisce, do you hear my question?
Yes, Miss. Thank you for the question.
Yes.
So to obtain good quality image, I use satellite imagery with minimal code.
Oh, that's the name of the satellite?
Yes.
So we have to choose which satellite that give good image like that.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Maybe one more about the suggestion. Yeah, you said about the about the that the sea. What we call the seashore is reduced, yeah, because the erosion. Is there any possibility that it's still not increasing the erosion for the next time. What we should do for reducing that erosion.
Sorry, Miss, can you repeat the question?
About the erosion, you said that from your research, there is a -6 meter, I think, the erosion from the early research like that. Is there any possibility that we have to do something that can reduce the erosion for the next time? Maybe like, is it possible to plant the maybe mangrove or what? Is there any suggestion from you? Okay, next solution. I think it's enough, yeah. Okay, it's okay then. I think this is the end of our session. Thank you very much for all presenters and also all participants that coming into this room, also in the Zoom meeting room. We hope we can meet you again in the next Aceh International Symposium on Civil Engineering, maybe next year or the next year. Yeah. Okay. As a moderator, I will say thank you for you all and also say Alhamdulillah for completing this session. And I will give this mic to the Aisce staff. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now entering the prayer session break. Please be back in your seat by 4:45 so we can resume our next session closing ceremony. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mungkin sambil menunggu, maaf saya ingin memanfaatkan waktu bagi Bapak Ibu semua mengenai proses revisinya gimana, ada kendala nggak? Oh, status reviewnya ya. Kapan submitnya kapan, Pak? Oh, di form tuh udah sebenarnya itu ya. Oh. Oh, dulu ya. Iya. Jadi lagi di proses review berarti, Pak.
Ladies and gentlemen, we now come to one of the most exciting and highly anticipated moments of today's symposium, the announcement of AISCE 2026 Best Presenter Awards.
Congratulations to Kifana Salsabila, Zeafan Raja, Naila Asyawa Farsha, Muhammad Afis Akbar, David Maulana, and Muhammad Adrian Safila. We would like to invite the winners to please come forward to the stage to receive the certificate and appreciation.
And we also kindly invite Ms. Juliana, Ms. Nora Abdullah, Mr. Adrian Uza, and Ms. Febrianti Maulina to come up to the stage to present the award. We also invite Mr. Alfie to the stage to present the award.
Thank you, and once again, a big congratulations to all the winners. Please give them a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached the conclusion of our event. We will now proceed to the closing ceremony of the 7th Aceh International Symposium on Civil Engineering 2026. To officially close this event, we respectfully invite Dr. Muhammad Ahlan ST MSc to deliver the closing remarks.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirrabbilalamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asyrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Segala puji bagi Allah, salawat dan salam pada Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. Pertama-tama saya ingin mengucapkan terima kasih, berjuta-juta terima kasih kepada para author semua. Selamat Bapak Ibu telah sampai menyelesaikan dengan baik sekali proses presentasi pada hari ini. I would like to give appreciation to all authors, online or on-site. You have done the presentation stage in excellent way. Kemudian yang kedua, saya juga ingin mengucapkan terima kasih, berjuta-juta terima kasih kepada para panitia, baik itu dari kalangan mahasiswa, adik-adik mahasiswa, dari kalangan dosen, dari kalangan staff semuanya. I would like to deliver appreciation to all committee boards. Dan yang ketiga, mohon izin mengingatkan kepada para seluruh author untuk menyelesaikan proses revisinya sampai dengan selesai. Bapak Ibu semuanya, mohon izin mengingatkan bahwasannya jika kualitas paper kita semua baik, kita mudah mencari publisher seperti itu ya. Karena kita sekarang sedang proses pengusulan ke publisher. Tapi jika nanti kualitas papernya ada yang kurang baik, jadi mohon maaf, mungkin akan kami tinggal, yang baik-baik semua akan kita proses, yang kurang baik ini mungkin akan kita berikan kepada publisher yang di bawah itu. Mohon maaf, saya sampaikan dari awal. Jadi mohon untuk menyelesaikan revisi dengan baik. So I would like to notice all authors to make revision based on the reviewer notice properly. Okay. Mungkin demikian saja dari kami. Jika ada pertanyaan bisa menghubungi grup WhatsApp grup author semuanya. Kami mohon maaf apabila ada kesalahan, baik itu di dalam proses penerimaan paper, kemudian proses kegiatan konferensi hari ini. Kami mohon maaf semuanya. Mudah-mudahan kita bisa bertemu lagi ke depannya. Mudah-mudahan ketika sudah lulus nanti ya adik-adik semuanya yang bagi yang mahasiswa bisa kembali berkontribusi pada konferensi ini. Demikian, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for Mr. Muhammad Ahlan. Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, it has been an absolute honor to be your master of ceremonies today. I am Jasmine Audrey Askia.
And I am Dede Nurfauzin.
And on behalf of the entire organizing committee, I would like to thank you once again for your presence and participation. We apologize for any shortcoming throughout the event. Thank you, have a safe journey home and goodbye.
Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.